What's up, everybody? Hey, I'm over here. I've been working, so might try to cam up. I know I'm looking kind of wild. Working in that yard. Man, them blackberries is growing. Blackberries. Just pulled about four of them actually. Today, yesterday, picking them right off, wash them off, eat them. Got the blackberries back there. Yeah, my auntie was cold with it. Yeah, rest in peace. All right, let's get on the social media thing, man. Let's ride. Ain't gonna waste no time. Hold on, let me get rid of this. Delete that comment. All right, what's going on, Big D? What's going on, Isness? What's going on? None of your business. Peace to everybody else that might be listening. All right, let's go. Fair use.
Got it. I know it. It's right in here, too. You got it. I know.
And you know you can freestyle on the piano, huh? All right, fair use. It's a little explicit here. This right here, you're going to see this brother at the end with the bald head. This is my buddy Rasan. Yeah, when I found out he used to be Richard Pryor bodyguard, I was like, oh, man. I mean, he an elder, though. And he's just hang out with us all the time in the village, Lamert Park, just hang out, kick it. He's had these stories about Richard Pryor, and I was like, yeah, all right. He was like, man, I was his bodyguard. Yeah. Wow, man. Should be a stuntman, too. He was a stuntman. But he like a 80-degree black belt martial artist, whatever you want to call him. Guy's lethal. Lethal.
This is our next guest? Richard?
Yes, who?
Your grandmother?
Oh, man, don't do that.
See, Brian, I'm told that you run a pool hall.
Yes, I do.
Did Richard spend much time in the pool
Yes,
hall?
he used to come down there and shoot pool and things after school, you know.
They used to cuss in the pool room before she took over. Now the language is, guys, why you?
I keep them in their place. See, I'm an old lady, and I stay in the old lady's place, and I respect them young men, and they must respect me. Isn't that right?
That's exactly right.
She said, isn't that right? She didn't say, you know what that meant? That was a passive aggressive. Say anything else, I'll slap the shit out of you. That was that one. Isn't that right? Yeah, that's right. Of course. And you look at her face. She got the mink on the shoulders. You know, she ain't nothing to play with. Richard Pryor's over there giddy. But look, she is serious.
I remember meeting Marie Carter.
She's a grandmother that you see in books. She had the long white hair, and she was dressed very smart. I bowed to her, and this old bitch hit me in my chest so hard.
That's for Sean.
Boom! And I felt the breath leave out. And before I would let her hit me again, I rushed and started choking her. And she started laughing at me. She laughed like it was the funniest shit she had seen. And Richard stood to the left and he said, "That's my grandmother, man."
Introduce our next guest. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just, I ain't promoting Rashawn, but you know, just I saw this video sent to me. I was like, oh yeah, gotta play this. All right, let's continue.
All the fruits on earth disappeared tomorrow. The last one you'd want to lose is this one that almost nobody eats. It's called a persimmon. Most folks walk right past it. Looks like an orange tomato, sits there in the corner of the store, and nobody knows what to do with it. Their loss. Because this one fruit does more for two things a man can't afford to lose, his eyes and his heart, than almost anything else you can put in your body. This fruit is packed with two pigments, lutein and zeaxanthin. They're the exact filters that sit in the back of your eye and block the light that wears your vision down as you age. Your body can't make them. You have to eat them. And this fruit is loaded with them, along with the vitamin A that keeps you seeing in the dark. Now for the heart. The same stuff that gives this fruit its deep orange color goes to work on your blood vessels, keeps them soft and open so the blood moves easy. And it pulls the bad cholesterol down while it's at it. Less strain on the heart, better flow everywhere it counts. One fruit doing the work of a handful of pills, eyes and heart. The two things that fade first on a man and matter most. All sitting inside the one fruit everybody leaves on the shelf. If all
Do this if you never want to see a dentist again. Add close to some hot water. Then you want to blend for about 30 seconds. Once it's blended, you want to strain it. Add your coconut oil and also some tea tree. I also added in some baking soda. Make sure you stir very well. Then you're going to use 1 tablespoon a day for about 10 to 15 minutes. And yeah, please don't spit it out in your sink because it will clog up your sink. Make sure you spit it out in the toilet. I normally like to spit it out in my trash can. And once you're done, make sure you store it in the fridge, which can last up to 7 days. This combination is great for oral and gum health as it helps with plaque, bad breath, gum diseases, and even brighten up your teeth. I mean, it's a win-win, y'all. Stop spending your money on synthetic mouthwashes with dyes and alcohols when you can really just make this yourself. Give it a try and let me know what you think. Bye. Do this if you never want to see a dentist again.
Women in the 1940s lost weight. The first ultra-processed food was Kellogg's Corn Flakes. They partnered with the United Fruit Company. They paid doctors to tell people that bananas was rich in potassium, which was a lie. It was not true. And to say that the perfect meal to start your day was a bowl of cornflakes with a slice of banana, which was not true. No human being had a dry bowl of breakfast cereal before 1906. Cereal was invented by the Kellogg brothers, and it was actually these companies that convinced people the healthiest way to start your morning was a bowl of cereal with milk, which was a lie. Also, oats are purely basically sugar. Oatmeal is good for one thing, and that's for fattening horses for the winter. What's better, orange juice or cereal? Neither one of them. Before the 1920s, nobody drank orange juice. People ate oranges instead. But in the 1920s, Sunkist saw a business opportunity to make money. They started marketing orange juice as a daily health drink, and they convinced people the healthiest way to start their day was a full glass of orange juice, which was a lie. Even doctors were recruited to push these benefits of vitamin C, and the public bought into it. Remember, breakfast is break fast. Lots of human and animal studies have shown that the longer you delay eating breakfast, the more ketones and the more weight loss you will achieve. I'm Millionaire Barber, and follow me for more tips. Women in the
Yeah, that was a good one.
Man holds your life in the palm of his hand. You're afraid to open your mouth because he can take your bread out your mouth. He can put you out of your apartment. He can take your job, so you walk along and you come out and say, what do you think about so and so and so? Oh, I ain't got nothing to say. I ain't gonna say no self. I don't make no difference to me. What can you do? The black man been going over in foreign countries fighting for wars ever since I can remember. And even before your time of mine, the black man has been sent all over the world fighting for his rights. And you
check. All over the world before her time and their time. This is the 60s. So you can tell at this time in the 60s, she's at least in her 30s or 40s. So that means she was born in the 20s, in the 30s. So, and then she said before her time, so this is the 1800s, she said long before, been fighting these wars all over the place for people's freedom. The so-called Black Americans are going around the world fighting to save people for their freedoms. Nothing changed.
Today, there's Wallace and his wife down there forming some kind of thing to keep the black child out of school in America. Let us clean up here. My darling, if we would live what we preach in the world, we wouldn't have to fight. I agree with you. You understand? I agree with you. We are fighting for nothing because the white man say you fight. But you pay your taxes. When I get my little envelope, the man got my money. He don't ask me for it. He takes it. I'm a citizen then. But if I open my mouth about anything else, I'm a communist. I'm a rabble-riser. I'm stirring up things. But the same thing that I'm speaking for myself, the white man does it and been doing it all of his life. White man holds your life in the palm of his hand. I agree.
Boy, she did not let her get anything out.
From the day that God created this universe and made black people, how many years it has been since God placed black people in Africa? Do you have any idea? The anthropologist has no idea, but it would spout out these numbers for you that God made the universe 9.5 billion years ago. So the other is, when did he put black people in Africa? They say 1.5 million years ago. But what was the food that God placed in Africa for these people? Certainly, it could not have been potatoes. It could not have been rice or beans or yams or chicken or hogs or cows. It could not be a goat or a lamb because all these things are hybrid. God did not make these things. These things came just recently, only 4,000 years ago. So what were we eating in Africa before we were taken away? What were we eating in Africa before there was an invasion by the man from Europe? We simply do not know. And it is because we are unaware of this diet that God made specifically for us. This is why we're angry today and we're so divided. Everybody's laughing at us. They're laughing more at me. On the airplane, the pilots came to see me a few weeks ago when I was on the plane before 9/11, and they were looking at the brochure that I had that says that AIDS has been cured and herbalists cure AIDS, and the Supreme Court of New York cannot deny, can't disagree. They were laughing at me. Why? Because you are not supporting me. So they think that I'm a fake. Because if it was a white man curing AIDS, the captain said, the whole white race would be supporting them, but my race is not going to support me. The leaders of America can't do it. Farrakhan can't do it. Jesse Jackson can't do it because they were not designed to do this kind of work. They were designed to lobby and to talk and to, like Mr. Al Sharpton, he likes to make people march. That's cool. But we got a job to do in healing the black race now. That comes in a different category. Those leaders cannot help me. And that's why I'm vulnerable.
Remember what we said, that nature only creates those things that complement itself in support of life.
From the
Now, as you guys know, that's Dr. Sebi. So, two things here. Hold on a second. Let me get my thought. Two things here. Take a quick break on this. Two things have been the problem. This is why, in my opinion, a lot of the elderly people like Dr. Sebi are not here. Number one, nobody supported him. Dr. Sebi didn't become Dr. Sebi until he died. This is what a lot of people don't understand. I know Dr. Sebi. I've talked to Dr. Sebi. I sat next to him amongst other elders while they just talk shit to each other. They weren't talking about healing or nothing like that. They just talked like normal men. Crack jokes, everything. Dr. Sebi got cracked on. He was cracking on them. All of these people were in their 70s, fully functional 70s. Physically, mentally. If they could, they'd probably take your woman. But this is what a lot of people don't really understand. Dr. Sebi really didn't become Dr. Sebi until he was gone. At the end of his life, he started getting a little bit more popular. You know what I'm saying? Because prior to that, he just took people places. He used to take them. He had a compound out there in, I think it was Honduras. One of them. And he took them to his compound, his farm, and he used to heal people up and do the things. You know, I told you about the story when I first met him and what he was looking for. But a lot of people, it's funny, and I sit back and I listen, and, you know, with people, I'll be in people's lives, and sometimes I get on the panels, and, you know, a lot of different people, and they talk about Dr. Sebi like he was a god. And I'm like, nobody knew Dr. Sebi because nobody was supportive. Dr. Sebi had so much criticism. People thought he was a witch doctor. He was making up shit. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, it was just interesting that when I got on these panels in YouTube, and you talking to people from all different places of North of America, period, North, South, Central America, islands, or whatever, and they're talking about Dr. Sebi like a god, and I'm like, wait a minute, shit, Dr. Sebi wasn't really nothing in LA, like for, you know, for just to say like how you guys was talking about him. I was like, hey. There's a story about Dr. Sebi. two stories. I wasn't there, so I could just call it a story. Who knows? That he was offered, I think about, I don't know how many commas for his recipes. And to be able to put it on the shelf. You know what I'm saying? So you go get it at CVS, Walmart, and all that stuff. He's like, nope. Just a story. I don't know if it's true. But, yeah, man. He turned it down. And the other thing was that he started, that's why I showed this video, he kind of started like not exposing, but revealing, I would say, about some of these things that are not really, I would say, a natural fruit, root, vegetable, dependent. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, my thing is, okay, if it is true, like, for instance, like cauliflower, Talk about that. Like you talk about potatoes and things like that. That's a root. People don't understand. Potatoes grow underground. Anything that grows underground to me is natural in itself. But it could be a hybrid off of the sweet potato and the yam. I always say, because those things have sweetness and it has flavor. You know, potatoes are bland. But also, if you're dealing with environment and climate, it would, you know, it's probably why it wouldn't have that based on the richness of the soil. Now, right, I was going to get to that too. I'm glad you said that, actually. So the other thing is that what also got him in trouble, I was kind of like slowly, just gradually walking into that, Derek. Thank you very much for just go ahead blurting that out. I was just going to slide and glide into that part. Gotcha. You do good when Africa is the motherland. Motherland, meaning the land that come out of the primordial waters. The land that everybody in their scriptures and their scripts and their ancient texts talk about as the land that came out the primordial waters. The beginning and the end, time immemorial, is Africa. You win. You know what I'm saying? Now, me, myself, I'm telling you, I started watching social media in 2020. I never watched anything prior to that. You know why? Because I got a lot of books. I got a lot of DVDs. I got a lot of CDs. I got a lot of tapes. I got VHSs. I didn't need to watch anybody on social media talk about anything, because anybody on social media talk about anything don't know shit. You know, what they're doing is regurgitate. That's why I take the approach that I take. I'm going to talk about American history. I'm going to talk about civics, law, government, commerce, contracts, health, advertisement of businesses. We're going to do business here because this is what we do. And this is what the world has always been created off of. And that is international commerce, traveling, civilization. All this other shit is what it is. Shit. We do it from right to left. Tis, tis, and tis. Got it. Now, once Dr. Sebi realized, yeah, I'm from Honduras. I'm a Honduran. But that ideology, right? White supremacy, Pan-Africanism, these ideologies, you know what I'm saying? These things are, you know, in the words of Dr. Sebi, hybrid. If I can say that, hybrid. It's hybrid things. And some of these things have no nutrients in them. We just talk about it from a health standpoint. We'll use a reference, right? It's lacking in seeds. It's lacking in nutrients, calcium, protein, or anything else, you know? So you'll have to mix it with something in order to make sure that it is some value to you. So it must have to latch onto something as a filler, because that's pretty much what hybrids are, fillers. You see what I'm saying? to give it. So you got a natural vegetable, fruit, or whatever it might be. I'm not even going to name one specifically because that might be a hybrid. Messing with Sabi, you don't want to eat nothing. Everything fake to him. Whatever he say is real, it's real. So, under the circumstances, you have one thing and then you put a hybrid next to it. That hybrid now can be considered to be valid based on what it associates with. You guys with me? Don't follow me. You guys with me? Just think of your mind and your own processing. What I mean by that, you put a hybrid next to something that's original. The hybrid then becomes what? A part of the original. You see what I'm saying? Other than that, once you remove the hybrid and you only deal with the original, you got a problem because you already then implemented the hybrid. Now you want to remove the hybrid. Now the hybrid has pretty much more either equal or more value than the original. You guys with me? So once you remove the hybrid, there's a lot of hybrid out there. A lot of people want that hybrid. They depend on that hybrid because they think it's original. Only certain people know that it is a hybrid. So what happens next? Oh, we got to cut off them waters. Them waters got to be cut off. So number one, you turn down commas. And then number two, you remove the hybrids and you pretty much reveal what the hybrids are. It's no good. It has no nutrients, no value, no nothing. You see? That's Dr. Sabi. But believe me when I tell you, if he was here and he got all that attention, you know, he wouldn't want one bit of it. He's a normal guy. So treat him as such. Be doing better. Now, how everybody doing? Good? All right. Let's continue. Hold on. Where we at? Bam. All right, here we go. Let's do that one.
And here's an exceptionally well-organized and productive community canning enterprise. Once each week during the summer season, the people of this community gather in this grove to can their products cooperatively. The women prepare the fruits, vegetables, or meat products for canning. The men cut the wood, keep the fire going in the furnace, and handle the heavy pressure cookers. And everybody has a grand time. It's a sort of weekly community picnic that pays dividends in food put up for winter.
This is 1938, the height of the Great Migration, when hundreds of thousands of Black Americans were leaving the South for northern cities to escape Jim Crow. Southern agricultural interests wanted that movement stopped, so the USDA produced this documentary to convince Black families to stay put.
Hey, Tamula, what's happening? What's going on, baby girl? Nah, it wasn't 10,000. It wasn't 10,000. I'm talking about what he turned down. I know about the 10,000 you talking about. Well, I'm talking about what he turned down.
But in trying to make that argument, they accidentally captured something powerful. Black men and women with defined roles, community equipment pooled so no family got left out, in a structured canning operation running every week through the summer, building enough food to carry the whole community through winter. The USDA thought they were filming a reason to stay. What they preserved was proof of what Black communal strength looked like in action.
Home canning of food products is a fundamental feature of the Live at Home program. A well-filled pantry is not only the best insurance against sickness, but it saves money. A year's food supply for a family of 5 in this section may be worth several $100s. Since money saved is money made, the women and girls, through such activities as this, add to the farm family income and at the same time safeguard the family health. A well-constructed smokehouse such as this makes a good storage place for canned products in regions where there is no danger from freezing. These well-filled shelves show what the energetic housewife can do toward providing the family living. A canning demonstration under the supervision of a county home demonstration agent. On such occasions, the women of a community meet and do their work in common, using community equipment, while the agent supervises the work and gives instruction in approved methods of procedure where necessary. Here is a simple homemade canning outfit which is used in community canning where better equipment is not available. A neighborhood canning bee in which the home demonstration agent directs the work. This is typical of neighborhood group activity. And here's an exceptionally well-organized...
All right, so look, it's 1938. Now, you see communal, right? Communism, commune. See, what is this definition? You see, what is communism, communal in regards to actual function amongst the people versus communism, right? Commune, communal, communism. Anytime you hear an ism, it's an ideology or it's somebody's interpretation of how they would utilize it or be able to profit off of it. Maybe. But let's listen to it again. All right, let's listen to it again. Simple game. Remember, this is Monday. All we doing is, quarterback.
And productive community canning enterprise. Once each week during the summer season, the people of this community gather in this grove to can their products cooperatively. The women prepare the fruits, vegetables, or meat products for canning. The men cut the wood, keep the fire going in the furnace, and handle the heavy pressure cookers. And everybody has a grand time. It's a sort of weekly community picnic that pays dividends in food put up for winter.
This is 1938, the height of the Great Migration, when hundreds of thousands of Black Americans were leaving the South for northern cities to escape Jim Crow. Southern agricultural interests wanted that movement stopped, so the USDA produced this documentary to convince Black families to stay put. But in trying to make that argument, they accidentally captured something powerful. Black men and women with defined roles, community equipment pooled so no family got left out, in a structured canning operation running every week through the summer, building enough food to carry the whole community through winter. The USDA thought they were filming a reason to stay. What they preserved was proof of what Black communal strength looked like in action.
Now, if you look at what's going on in front of you, and you're looking at the other aspect of it, this is some form of marketing and advertising. And what are they using? The TV, the radio to market and advertise for our people to associate or stay within some confines of what the system became after Reconstruction. Right? Because we're going to touch on Jim Crow as well. we're going to look at it, of course, from a different angle. Because all of these things that one would consider to be freedom, as these white supremacists talk about, and these Democrats and Republicans and politicians and idealists, liberals, all these people that you want to talk about, even conservatives, every last one of them within the continental United States frame of thought, right? These people could not function without quote unquote Negroes. Even in this title, what you're looking at, you see Black communal farming. Then in parentheses, it has the Negro farmer. Make that make sense. That is so confusing. Is it black or is it Negro? Is it one of the same? People say, well, Negro means black. Who told you that? Can you prove it? You can't prove Negro means black. You can't prove black and Negro are the same thing. This is people's assumptions and presumptions. What do you think that the United States of America, that the United States has always been about? Assumptions and presumptions. And nobody has a title but persons. And persons is what? Chattel. Property. But we put this up there and then we try to find some form of empowerment in this title right here. There's no empowerment in this title. Because when you see black and you see farming and you see Negro, you see slavery. You think slavery. That's what you think. But watch, if you've seen so far what you've seen brick. They done built a brick chimney right there. They putting that up there. When you see them transferring water over here, they're actually straining it out. They're actually creating a preservative, a natural preservative, and they're doing canning, meaning they're canning their whatever they're going to be eating over the winter to preserve something. They're actually doing that. But you know what? They're supposed to be some African Negro slaves who can't talk, can't walk, can't speak, can't read, can't do nothing, right? None of that shit. But they're actually building a structure and they're doing it together. But wait a minute. Willie Lynch, right? Willie Lynch. Keep them separated, keep them at odds with each other. But in 1938, this is what's going on here. But they put it in a sequence where you make it think that just because they're out there, there's nothing around. It's that they just out there and they got nothing around them, no home, no nothing. They just living like that, just off the soil in a different way, off the scraps.
Home canning of food products is a fundamental feature of the Live at Home program. A well-filled pantry is not only the best insurance against sickness, but it saves money. A year's food supply for a family of 5 in this section may be worth several $100s. Since money saved is money made.
See, but whoever did this is under the assumption that he's advertising for people to stay in the South. Really? What these people are doing, what they've all been doing over all this time, and there's plenty other type of videos, and I'm gonna find that other video too, about that he's saying how the money circulates within black communities, how much money circulates. And this is in the 50s. That what these people are doing, they're documenting these people. These people. They're documenting how they do their thing. This is how they work together. This is how they function. This is how they survive, because they're talking about money. That was pretty good how he said it. Dollar saved is a dollar made. And he said all these things that they're doing right now, they canning, all the stuff that they're doing is going to make them money. They about to go sell that. They selling that. They not doing all of this just so they can eat in the winter and all this stuff and survive. No, these people are having businesses. Farming is a business. Okay. I'm gonna show you an archive that I have. Farming is a business. There's a lot of money to be made in that business. But this guy think it's some type of advertisement for people to stay in the South. Man, people didn't leave the South. Certain people went up north, but they still had connections to the South. I know people back in the day, even these elders I talked to in California, in LA. These people was certain cats that lived in Chicago. They went back and forth to Mississippi to see their grandparents. They stopped in Louisiana. These people moved around. They just went in one spot. My partner Greg used to tell me, man, I go, and you would consider him a red bone type, a yellow dude. And he OG. And he said, look, I go from Mississippi to Chicago to Louisiana. I stop through all these places all the time. I go see my grandmama, I go see my grandpa, I see my people and all that shit. But I'm from Chicago. But I go to Mississippi, I'll take that ride, wasn't nothing but a hop, skip, and a jump. That's what they did. See what I'm saying? But people got the whole history confused. It is so confused. But when you ain't got a business mindset, your emotions get involved. And then you can't think straight.
Women and girls, through such activities as this, add to the farm family income and at the same time safeguard the family health. A well-constructed smokehouse such as this makes a good storage place for canned products in regions where there is no danger from freezing.
Did they build that? You see how nice that was. That was structured. That's a smokehouse. That's what they call a smokehouse. So what is this guy saying? This guy is commenting. This is like somebody watching a basketball game, football game, or baseball game. Well, baseball, basketball, football game. And as the people are moving and doing their thing and interacting and being physical, he's commenting on what they're doing. Oh, he put it between his legs. Oh, he stepped back. To end the pitch, curveball, bam. Ricky Henderson, home run. Yeah, this is what he's doing. This is what you call color commentating. He's saying that's a smokehouse. It's good for this. It's good for that. Guess who he's advertising that to? Not to black people. Who's advertising to white people. These so-called white people. Why? Because they're teaching them. Remember what King said. They're teaching them all the ways of how the American people did their thing over time. This is how they survived over all this time. This is what they do. This is what they build. This is what they did. He think he's advertising for black people to stay in the South. No. People went up north to get money in the industrial realm and do what? Send money back. Just like you get these foreigners, these immigrants leaving their country, coming over here to America to work and make money and send it where? Back home. What do you think that we was doing? From Mississippi to Chicago, for an example. Mississippi to Chicago. There's still farming there, agriculture there. People going up to Chicago to go work. Same thing with Michigan. People going to Detroit and certain places and even Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, and all these places to work these factories, make money, and send it back to the house. Make their money here, send money back, take care of the family, and that's what they was doing. You know, that's leaving one country to another, right? Mississippi, a country, a nation state. Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, Pennsylvania, nation states. California, nation states.
These well-filled shelves show what the energetic housewife can do toward providing the family living. A canning demonstration under the supervision of a county home demonstration agent. On such occasions, the women of a community meet and do their work in common, using community equipment, while the agent supervises the work and gives instruction in approved methods of procedure where necessary. Here is a simple homemade canning outfit which is used in community canning where better equipment is not available. A neighborhood canning bee in which the home demonstration agent directs the work. This is typical of neighborhood group activity.
Neighborhood group activity. But what neighborhood we have here? Well, it turned into the hood. Okay, once it was constructively turned into the hood, then guess what? It's no more neighbor. It's just hood. From there, we can put everybody in prison, take their children, separate the family, put them up under different encumbrances, and then we can rezone it, gentrify it, and since they're so distraught and so confused, and we got them chasing their own tail and killing each other, poisoning each other, let's bring these other people in. These are goons that we want to come in here and occupy these areas. And now these people doing the same thing. This is what they do. So they coming up in here doing their thing as well. Yeah. Beautiful game, man. Gotta love it.
And here's an exceptionally well organized.
That was it right there. All right. Next one. Hold on. I talked too much, huh? Hour 13. Yeah, I was talking too much. That was a good one, though.
I found some, y'all, and if they try to get me for this, y'all better not let them fucking get me for this, right?
That was funny.
Here is documentation of Africans being brought to the Americas in a place in West Africa they called Judah. 16 slave trading ships arrived from the Senegal region. 6 ships came from Judah, landed at the mouth of Mississippi in 1731. 1 ship from Judah landed 464 slaves at the mouth of Mississippi. On page 69, it states, Company of India had a trading place at Judah with all the nations of Europe. Table 1 in the back of the book will show the origins and the number of slaves brought to Louisiana from Judah, Africa, 1719 to 1743. So y'all know I had to look into why they were calling a place in Africa Judah. In the 18th century, French records, Judah was a major slave trading port located in what is modern-day Benin and Togo, West Africa, aka Guinea. Of course, when I stumbled across this information, I was just like, oh my God. The names listed in the table are the actual names of French ships that transported enslaved West Africans to colonial Louisiana between 1719 and 1728. However, original historical archives and manifestos record these individuals by their West African regional origins, not as Hebrews. I looked into it to see if
Okay, so damn it, I can't even. All right,
any of this was false or made up. This is a
okay. So the last, I was trying to pause it right there because I knew it was about to cut off. But the last 3 names: Fon, F-O-N, Yoruba, Y-O-R-U-B-A, and Uwe. So it had E-W-E. It means Uwe. Now, those people, because I know some, are Hebrew in their, and they said it. Uwe, E-W-E. That's like Yahweh, right? You got Awe, or they say Awe, or Uwe, or however you do it, right? There's Yahweh in there, right? Yah, Yoruba. You got Yah, Ra, Ba, right? They say they come from the East. They don't originate. Their stories do not originate in West Africa, Nigeria, because they are part of Nigeria. They do not originate there. And as I said before, they do not speak the same language as the Igbo people. That those are the main people that come over here to America. Now, what I was told, I don't know if it's true, but these Igbos are more Caucasian, European in nature than they would be considered to be African or melanated. They'll be more of a Caucasian stock. Now, these Fon, right, the F-O-N, you know, like Finnish, Phoenicians, these groups of people, okay? All right. Let's put that on, put that on your brain for a second. Think about it. I don't know what this is. I got this from None of Your Business. So let's see what we got here, None of Your Business.
Listen to an eyewitness with their eyes that will tell you that there were full-blooded black Indians in the Indian schools. Shout out to Canary Kano. Y'all go follow him. Okay.
Okay, this is like 10 minutes. So I saw Oklahoma, so you know I gotta run it. Gotta run it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use this as an opportunity. See, this is where None of Your Business needs to be up here and navigating this thing for me. See what I'm saying? See, I got to do all the work. I got to do all the work. No, I'm just kidding. All right, let's go. I need to run to my car anyway. So let's see.
I don't know how you found it.
Hold on. Let me throw my Bluetooth on real quick while I run to the car. Hold on. Let me throw the thing on there. Okay, mic check. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? I got my Bluetooth in. I want to be sure y'all can hear me. Just let me know if you guys can hear me. I know what I can do. I ain't got to wait on y'all. I can just look on my phone. Can y'all hear me? Check. Okay. Yep, I can hear me. I can hear me. All right, let's go. All right, let's see what we got here. This is not mine. This is none of your business. So if anything happens, blame her. Hold on. Still no sound. How's it no sound? I heard myself. All right, hold on. Let's check it out.
Shout out to Canary Kano. Y'all go follow him. Okay. I don't know how you found this, because as I was looking in the Oklahoma Historical Society, there were hundreds of interviews. I queued me up some to listen to, just some random ones, but you found some gold.
Now, how y'all not able to hear that and I heard it the whole time? I was listening to the whole thing. Was it because I had my Bluetooth on? Maybe that was it. Because I was listening to the whole thing in my ear. And y'all couldn't hear nothing. All right. No more Bluetooth. All right. Apologies. Let's get it.
Very much. When I went to Tuscaloosa School, Choctaw Girls School, I never was so scared in my life. I just shake now when I think about it. There was just so many full-blood Indians there. Boy, they were just blacker than anybody you ever seen.
What? I got to do it all over again. I got to act like I'm surprised. What? Are you serious? Full-blooded. I know. It's Oklahoma, baby.
I tell them today I don't believe it's all just Indian. They were mixed with this other race. I've never seen anybody so black. Curly's hair, they had Beatrice's hair. You ever seen anybody that loved curls, you know? And I cried and I cried and I cried because I was up there with black kids.
Now, you know she capping, right?
Now, she said she went to the Tuscaloosa Female Academy. You just heard her say there were so many full-blooded Indians. They were blacker than anything I've ever seen, and things about curly hair. Okay? So let's just take a look at a photo of some Indians, so-called Indians or natives, here in the Library of Congress. Now, do you see anybody that would have scared her as far as being the blackest thing that she's ever seen? Do you see anybody here that could possibly have curls in their hair? Curly hair that she said. Do you see that? Of course you didn't. Okay, these people be playing. Now, this is an eyewitness from the school. Let's listen, because she was so distraught about the black kids. Let's listen. The full-blood Indians, she called it.
The two other street girls of Callington went up on the train as we did. Papa always went with us.
So let me add mine in there real quick. Say she got off the train. Now, example. In high school, say in the 50s, my mom was in the 50s, changed. This is where all the things had kind of mixed up a little bit. Them people coming off them trains because they lived in a whole separate area. Because most of these areas that was created for these so-called white people, these pale skins, was from when they was working in the mines, right? In the oil, on the oil. They was working as laborers. These companies was coming over here. And they was sending people from New York, from the East Coast, from these colonies over here into Oklahoma to work these fields, to pull these minerals and do all this stuff. See what I'm saying? And then they ended up staying. It's that homestead stuff. That's how it happened. Wasn't nothing outside of these companies coming over here into Oklahoma and sending these people over here to work. And then eventually they stayed. They created their little communities. They set up their whole communities. And those areas were federal territory. Eventually they was able to expand that. And then later on in the 1900s, they created a portion of Oklahoma that became Oklahoma Territory, then became the state of Oklahoma.
And needless she said, honey, what are you crying for? I said, oh, I just don't like the looks of people up here lately.
Now, you know she lying, right? This is a full lie. She's making up a story. This is what I talk about, they stories. She cried and cried and cried, and then she said, oh, it burnt down. She said, I wasn't there. I went home. I was sick. So my daddy came and got me, took me to the hospital.
I'm afraid of. And she said, well, you're not going to be with them. You're going to stay with me and Maggie. We're going to have room together. Well, I still didn't satisfy me. After 2 or 3 weeks, I just couldn't understand it. Wrote Mom a letter, and told her about it. But our superintendent would let her go out there if he didn't like it. And there's lots of them didn't go out. So I had to stay there with all them black Indians. They had the itch, they had lice in their head, they were dirty, just anything come along now, they had it. Just imagine 400 kids together like that.
There are 400 kids at school.
Oh yeah, we had a big school, nice school. But the building burned down. I don't know just how that building burned.
Did it burn while you were there?
No, well, yeah, I had gone home. I had eye trouble and Papa come and got me. And I was in the hospital at Fort Smith.
Okay, you just heard her. She said it burned down. Now, this is a different school. We're going to get to that. But you heard her say that she was so distraught about all of these black kids, these black Indians, as she put it. She said the word black Indian. She said the phrase full-blooded Indians. She said blacker than I've ever seen. She said curly hair. This woman in her mind knows that not only these melanated curly-haired folks are the real Indians, they're the full-blood Indians. And that means a lot because in the 1890 census for the Indians that was taken, 109 so-called white claimants was out of the 179 total Indians at the time, okay? Only 50,000 Indians that had 20,000 almost Negroes separated. But these are the people she said were the full-bloods. Now, she says she went to Tuskahoma School, right? 400 children, nobody I can find out of any of these photos of the Tuskahoma School. Now, this is somewhat later than the time she went, but not that much later. Maybe like 15, 20 years. But still, notice you don't see anything like that. She said it was 400 kids, most of them other black, that she was so afraid of, yet you can't find a single trace of these folks. But I'm not surprised because it was burned down. Many of these schools were burned down. At least they'll tell you about many of the so-called freedmen schools, which didn't have the name Freedman on them, but all current records do. But this is one called the Elliott Hall. It was burned down in 1942. Here's the Tallahassee Manual Labor School from 1850. It was also burned down. Now, we're going to talk about this, but her school, Tuskahoma, was burned down. Do you think it's like, how do all these schools get burned down? Schools. You know, sir, some of these schools have been around so long, you have to demolish them to get rid of them. See, the same thing happened to the Tallahassee Manual Labor School that I just showed you. Now, this is nothing but our people, except for this little corner of a few white tea folks. Our people all up in here. This was our school in the beautiful Indian Territory, okay? Oklahoma. Now, keep that in mind. Whereas we go to the BIA.gov site, we'll go to look at this list of schools, boarding schools, and it has the Tallahassee Boarding School. And here it gives you some history on it. Let's go in close. It'll tell you here that the Tallahassee Manual Labor School was first opened for full-blooded Creeks in 1850. It'll say later that the school opened in 1883 after a fire, okay, for Creek freedmen. So what they're saying is, hey, we first opened this school for original Indians, the ones they want you to believe with the straight hair and the Native American look. But then they'll tell you that it reopened later for the black kids. Very convenient. Because this guy right here is Mr. Lewis Perryman, Legues Perryman. It's kind of hard to say his name. But in this same document, about the Indians in 1890, the census form, I found him, Legues Chateau Perryman. And when we come in closer and you read right here, the principal chief, virtually a Negro, which is Mr. Perryman, who they're talking about, they said not only was he the chief of the Creeks, he was virtually a Negro. Now, I went and found this virtual Negro, his biography. Now, listen what he says in his biography. Coming in closer to tell you here that he was sent to the Tallahassee Manual Labor School in 1850. 1850. So you mean to tell me that the virtual Negro, he was...
What does that say? Something of New York State. And you see right here, it says general. So that means he probably was an Indian agent. You say chief, you know, get a little complicated on that, but yeah. It says right here, I think that says general.
Sent to the Tallahassee Manual Labor School in 1850. 1850.
Now, we also know manual labor. So if you're under manual labor, then, you know, you're at a school being taught, right? So like these HBCUs, for an example, got these HBCUs. And those HBCUs were set up as places where people could go learn how to labor in a lot of these different fields. All right.
So you mean to tell me that the virtual Negro was one of the first kids to attend the Tallahassee Manual Labor School in 1850 as a full-blooded Creek, according to y'all. And then later it opened for other Negroes who I guess was more Negro than that Negro? Yeah, playing games. Because it's not like we wasn't in the schools. We had the Oak Hill School. We had a lot of schools. I looked up, a lot of them were in Oklahoma. There's photographs of us at these schools, 1920.
Now, you also have the Oak Hill Academy that produced Carmelo Anthony. That's when a lot of these this is dealing with sports here. You got the Oak Hill Academy in Virginia. I think it was in Virginia. Carmelo Anthony went there, and these institutions were set up pretty much for our people to come in there and get some brief training and, you know, perfect their skills in sports. That's another conversation.
Well, okay. Many of them. Okay, so there are some where the ones that they want us to see. Typically, you'll find them at later periods, after 1900, maybe slightly pre-1900, but that's because they don't want you to think that these are the real Indians. Because
now when you look at it from this other perspective, all right, this is a good video. None of your business. It's a good video. All right, so when you look at it from this other perspective, Tallahassee, that's supposed to be in Florida, right? At the Tallahassee, Florida. You got Tallapoosa, Alabama. You got a lot of different names. If you actually go look at a lot of the different counties in Oklahoma that you call counties today, you pretty much got, I don't know, pretty much the whole Southeastern Conference, the Atlantic Coast Conference of the only way you're going to find these names and the connections, where at? Sports. Names, sports. Yeah, y'all can run for sports all you want. But I'm here to tell you, coach saying, don't run for sports. You're going to get these names that's you're going to connect. And when you look at it, Oklahoma and Texas, together decided to go to the Southeastern Conference. Because before, it was the South, they had a Southwestern Conference. They had a Southeastern Conference. They had a Southwestern Conference as well. Southwestern Conference was gobbled up. Them is all your Texas. Schools, and then you had what was called the Big Eight. I know this is not a digression at all. I'm giving you an example about sports and how it's connected to the old days. Then you had what was called the Big Eight. The Big Eight was Oklahoma, Colorado, Kansas, Kansas State, Nebraska, West Virginia, 6. I need 2 more. Oklahoma State, and what was the 8th one? What was the 8th one? Yep, I'm gonna sit here until I figure it out. What was the 8th one? It's in Kansas, Kansas State, Nebraska, Colorado. What was that 8th one? What was that 8th one? I said Oklahoma State. Doop, 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 doop. Nope, wasn't Baylor. No, Baylor wasn't in there. That 8th one, that's eluding me. I said Kansas, Kansas State, West Virginia, Colorado, Nebraska, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma. It's another one. There's another one in there. I know the Southwestern Conference was TCU, Texas A&M, Texas, Texas Tech, Baylor. It was all pretty much Texas. I'll find it. But all these connections to what you're dealing with was territorial. Right? These universities and what they had were I'm still trying to think of that 8th school. But yeah, all these territories, we dealing with the Southeast Conference and what you see in actually Oklahoma, Oklahoma territory. Now, prior to Oklahoma being that so-called cutout territory, now that's a story in itself. That was also a part of Texas. That was like Texas, that area that they said they so-called carved out was considered to be Indian territory or Indian land or Oklahoma was a part of Texas. And they said, Texas said, okay, we'll carve out a little portion for you guys and so on and so forth. Texas is a major factor. But every single county, you can pretty much make a connection to places on the other side of the Mississippi. Okay. All right.
They are the ones who went through the schools first. You got rid of them as well as others. Not got rid of them.
See, but what he's saying, it's like he's trying to make it seem as if the United States created these schools. These schools was already set up. This is why you have Alabama, Auburn. You got all these places, these universities, the University of Louisiana State University, LSU. These places are in sacred territories. the Red River shootout. You got all these Bedlam. You got all these rivalries that go way back. See what I'm saying? So don't just think it's something that these people, because the way he's saying is he's making it, to me, is making, I don't know if he's not doing it purposely, but the way he's saying it is making it seem like this is a construct of the United States. And it's not. It's not. If there is a consensus, I will say this: if there is a consensus that is actually saying that these, what we're looking at in this situation, and amongst the other videos I just played previously, is a construct of the United States, I throw my hands up. I got it.
But you got rid of them as well as you started training the other people to take their place.
No. Wasn't training them to take their place. No, it wasn't to take their place. It was the fact that they was actually coming over here being taught manual labor. You know what manual labor means? I mean, you coming over here to work. So we got to show you how to work. It's an apprenticeship program. We got to show you how to do the job. We have to show you how to do the job. So you're going to come over here. You're going to work. You're going to get trained. You're going to get educated. And then at the same time you get educated, you're going to go to work. That's an apprenticeship program. That's how it works.
You all have seen these mission schools that I've showed that show people coming from the Sandwich Islands, which is Hawaii, Society Islands, the island of Timor, a Chinese language, which is the Timor company, Bangladesh, a Malaysian, up here in here with some American Aborigines. Or this one right here, where you got Princeton bringing in some Hawaiians, Chinese, Lascars, and others with some American Indians. Talking about they was cast here on the shores, talking about they're in another country. The Sandwich Islands is now receiving an education in another country. I don't have much time, so I'm going to end it here. If you don't get it, what did Oklahoma do? They brought in people from the so-called Trail of Tears, a bunch of women and children, got rid of their knowledge of being Indian through education schools, the black ones, up until about the late 1800s, burnt all the schools down because that's where the records would be at, right? And once you burn them down, you reopen them. Doesn't matter who you put in them at that point. Doesn't matter what you call them. You have a whole new agenda. All the records are burned. And it's now past the Trail of Tears and statehood and everything. So these people be playing.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that. So, no argument there. No argument there. Very good. You know, no argument there. But the content, but the complexity of what happened. I mean, when he was playing the lady talking, she's laughing. These black Indians and these full-blooded Indians, and she's laughing and giggling and so on and so forth. Like, yeah, we did that. Yeah, I can call them that right now because nobody's going to do anything about it. That was interesting. All right, let's keep going. We're on an hour 50. Hey, well, might not be a full presentation on this one.
Comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. It comes as a great shock to discover.
Why are they all laughing? Why are they laughing? You guys ever thought about this part? I know a lot of people have seen this video. A lot of people play it. I actually played it in my presentation for a reason. For this right here. Why are they laughing? Let me play this back. Let me reboot it. Let's play this again. Why are these people laughing?
This is a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. It comes as a great shock to discover that
They laughed on that. They was like, oh yeah, Gary Cooper. You remember? Do you guys remember? I know the age group. Duke. There was a song out, right? He was imitating John Wayne, and he said, "Da ha da ha da ha 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 ha." He's talking about Gary Cooper. Anybody remember that? Listen. Now this was a brother that did this. He was a John Wayne fan. The interesting thing is that, you know, like the older people I know, they watch Westerns. You know what I'm saying? And then when I heard this from Baldwin first time, I just started cracking up laughing. He was like, they laughing. I was like, what are they laughing about? And I'm laughing. And I said, oh, that's why they laughing. They got all of the so-called black people here in America thinking that they're African, thinking they come from somewhere else. And Baldwin just busted a bubble. And he said, while everybody is rooting for Gary Cooper killing the Indians, y'all didn't know that the Indians are you. You're cheering on somebody killing your ancestors. Knock, knock. Hey.
the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your...
Now, these points that he's making are major. You pledged allegiance to a country who has not in turn pledged allegiance to you. You know what that means? That means that all peace and friendship treaties, all agreements, all contracts, all fiduciary responsibilities have been breached, have been forged, and violated. In order to have that, we would then have some people stay, pledge that allegiance, fight in wars, work, pay taxes, do a lot of things, a lot of sacrifice. And at no point in time, now this is 1965 now. Now we're talking about 1965. This is a part of the Voters' Rights Act, civil rights here, right during that time, 1965. You're talking about what he's saying in 1965. Then we could fast forward it to what? 61 years later. We're still having the same conversation, people. You pledge allegiance to something that did not pledge allegiance to you. You're rooting for somebody that killed your people, and you don't know that. Now,
your life and your identity has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you. The disaffection, the demoralization. And
this is 1965. You said that you committed everything. All the people at that time he's talking to at that time. He's talking to these people where you see, I think you see one. Swarthy individual. A swarthy man. He's talking to these people and he's telling these people what's going on in America, about his people, where he come from, the people that he know to be him. This is what they're doing at this time. He is saying, he's telling them this is what we are doing in America at this time. A whole breakdown. We're going to play it again without my interruption so you can hear it. I'm going to give you the bits and pieces. So that way you hear it cleanly the next time, you say, okay.
The gap between one person and another, only on the basis of the color of their skins, begins there and accelerates throughout a whole lifetime. So that presently you realize you're 30. You are 30 by now, and nothing you have done has helped you to escape the trap. But what is worse than that?
Escape the trap. Now that's profound. He said to escape the trap. That is profound. What does he mean by that, y'all? What is the trap? $52 fake, play action, trap house, mouse trap, cheese and peanut butter, Pied Piper, breadcrumbs. You picking up what I'm putting down? What is the trap? Because if he is saying the trap, and now you're 30, the trap, what is the trap? Because now before you're 30, you're a young man, you're a young woman. You go to school, you're being taught something, you're getting lessons, you're getting education. And by the time you're 30, you have not yet escaped the trap. There's a trap set. Where if he's saying escape the trap, that means there's a trap set and it's been set. It's being regurgitated all over and over and over and over again. It sounds like that's what he's saying. But then we could go back to the Pledge of Allegiance. The allegiance has been pledged to you. That's Gary Cooper. That the Indians are you. A lot of yous in there.
Is that nothing you have done, and as far as you can tell, nothing you can do will save your son or your daughter from meeting the same disaster and not impossibly coming to the same end.
And you look at these people. When you look at these people, listen to him, they are stuck. Like they're getting the education on American history, on American issues and what's going on at the time. They're listening. They have no idea. They have been told something, but he's saying, no, I'm here to tell you this. And they're stuck. They're listening. But they do have some fundamental things. What they do know, what you heard, when they giggle, because they haven't giggled no more after this. But when they giggled, he said that the Indians are you. And they said, that means, yeah, they are. And people be like, well, they say this and they say that. No, they're baffled right now. They are baffled. They have no idea what came to be in the situation. The ones that know is going to shut their mouth. Why it came to be.
Economy, especially of the southern states, could not conceivably be what it has become if they had not had, and do not still have indeed, and for so long, so many generations, cheap labor.
Okay, so we're here. So he mentioned the South, right? So now these social media videos are lining up. They're being lined up now, right? We have a good lineup here. I did my best. I think I did all right. I kind of lined them up a little bit here. Cheap labor. Remember, we showed the one video, right? Let's go back a little bit. We showed this one, the schools, and these people coming over here, right? These pale skins are talking about it, what they saying, 400. And she was so scared and crying, she was intimidated, right? That's just like what we see today, where you take a young man out of South Sacramento or South Central Los Angeles and send him, bus him somewhere else out, where he's a drop in a bucket amongst a bunch of so-called white people, pale skinned people, where he's very intimidated. He's going to get treated. She's going to get treated a certain type of way. Same thing you deal with Brown versus Board of Education. You have these issues here. But what she is saying, and this is why I look at it from the other perspective, right? She was going back home crying to her daddy like, oh, I'm being forced to go to this school. Why? Because you were going to have to learn. And I'm around 400 Indians. But in her older age, she can laugh about it now, call them black. But before she said full-blooded. Freedmen wasn't mentioned. Okay. Now, we make the connection back here as well. But what are we dealing with these people that's coming on over here? You see right here, this is Louisiana State University. We know Louisiana State University is built on the Ouachita Mountain, a pyramid right off the Red River. Now, you know the Red River runs through a lot of different places because Oklahoma and Texas, they have a Red River rivalry. And we come back here to this so-called black communal farming, what they was doing at this time, where was it located at? Produced by the Department of Agriculture, by the way. All right. Lining up pretty good. Now let's listen to it without any interruption. I'm going to mute myself so that way I'm forced to shut up.
This is not an overstatement. That I picked the cotton, and I carried it to market, and I built the railroads under someone else's whip for nothing. For nothing. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color to pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. When we, the Americans, we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other. I am one of the people who built the country. Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream, because the people who are denied participation in it, by their very presence, will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna make a comment to that. I thought it was done, but that last part, he said, white and black. See, when you talk amongst a crowd like that and in that atmosphere, they know exactly what you mean. They know exactly why. Well, I just want to not interrupt the video. That's why I say I'm gonna shut up. I put myself on mute so I can shut up. So I don't keep interrupting it, and then I'm gonna let it play all the way through. I thought it was done. But what I'm saying is that when he say black and white or white and black, they know exactly what he means. Everybody else is saying white and black like a color like skin tone, but it's not that. It's a class. I have established that. That black and white, Negro, colored classification. Now, when he also said, just to make clear, I want you to give you the other aspect of it so you stay in a position of power, authority. When he said, I picked the cotton, I carried it to market, I built the railroads. It's mine. I did that. Not I was forced to do it. He said, I carried it to market. That means that everything that was made, remember, we talking about peace and friendship treaties. We got treaties going on. We got commerce and trade. Remember, we had the Indian departments where they was setting up the departments that eventually ended up being these red, white, and blues and the white stars occupations in these so-called states. But he said, I built America. Me and my people did that. They know what that means. And at the same time, coming back forward to the beginning, he said that we pledged allegiance to America, and America did not pledge allegiance to us. And really, he's saying pledge allegiance to the United States of America. And they didn't pledge their allegiance back to us. Pledging allegiance is a peace and friendship treaties. I pledge allegiance to you. You pledge allegiance to us. We're allies, allegiance, allies. We work together in peace and friendship, and we will defend this country and this continent from all enemies, foreign and domestic. But they have refused to defend our people as they should. And you got some raggedy ass niggas and raggedy ass bitches acting like you need to pull yourself up from your bootstraps today when we have motherfucking treaties going on all around this world, and there's nobody has stepped up to defend us or fight with us. They all have turned their back. That's the key. Oh, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to do this. And you ain't going to do a goddamn thing. You ain't going to bust nan grunion, and you're not going to do nothing. You will get wiped out. Why? Just like Dr. Sebi said, Nobody protected him. Nobody stood up and did anything. Period. That's why he's not here. Run it on down the line. But people will look at Baldwin and say, yeah, he got a little sugar in his tank. Well, maybe he does. But outside of that, damn what come out of the other end of the spectrum, but what just came out of his mouth and what he's saying right there, nobody's going to dispute it. Nobody's going to dispute it. What they're going to do is they're going to chuckle and giggle because they know it's true. But even amongst them being comfortable in the fact, just like that girl was talking in this brother's about these schools, why she, as an older lady now, she could talk about, yeah, I was crying. Yeah, I didn't want to be around them. Yeah, these jungle bunnies, these black Indians, these full-blooded Indians, they got this in their hair. They all this. I mean, she just throwing and spewing everywhere. But guess what? Ain't nobody gonna rebut it. Nobody is gonna call her on that. Nobody's going to actually go to the person that actually interviewed her and allowed her to have that conversation. Why? Because they are protected. You see? But think about it from when you listening to it, listen from a position of authority. I built the railroads. I picked the cotton. I brought it to market. So I am to be paid. Got it? All right. Now let's listen to it all over again.
Great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag to which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you. It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you. The disaffection, the demoralization, and the gap between one person and another, only on the basis of the color of their skins, begins there and accelerates throughout a whole lifetime. So that presently you realize you're 30. You are 30 by now, and nothing you have done has helped you to escape the trap. But what is worse than that is that nothing you have done, and as far as you can tell, nothing you can do, will save your son or your daughter from meeting the same disaster and not impossibly coming to the same end. The economy, especially of the southern states.
Especially. We said especially the economy.
Could not conceivably be what it has become if they had not had, and do not still have indeed, and for so long, so many generations, cheap labor. And this is not an overstatement. That I picked the cotton, and I carried it to market, and I built the railroads under someone else's whip for nothing. For nothing. One has used the myth of Negro and the myth of color to pretend and to assume that you are dealing essentially with something exotic, bizarre, and practically, according to human laws, unknown. It seems to me that the city of New York, for example, this is my last point, in the last 15 years to reconstruct itself, tear down buildings and raise great new ones, downtown and for money, and has done nothing whatever except build housing projects in the ghetto for the Negroes. When we, the American people, are able to accept the fact that I have to accept, for example, that my ancestors are both white and black, that on that continent we are trying to forge a new identity for which we need each other. I am one of the people who built the country. Until this moment, there is scarcely any hope for the American dream, because the people who are denied participation in it by their very presence will wreck it. And if that happens, it's a very grave moment for the West. Thank you.
You want to in everything you try to figure out, allegory. Guys, look up that word. Allegory. I think it's O-L-I-G-O-R-Y. Allegory. It's a word, figuratively speaking, not literally. A literal whip. That they're trying to forge something, right? Forge. It's like smiths, right? Blacksmiths, metalsmiths, goldsmiths, forging something, taking a mineral and manipulating it into something of value. That's just my little paraphrase. Okay. Everybody all right? So just take it as it is. But everything when you're philosophizing, as he is, in a debate. I got another one I'm going to show you, a video from that same thing, what he said. Got more to add to that. And I think that's how we'll roll into what we need to roll into. Remember, business.
Oh, I got another good one for you. So you received the notice to appear in court? Let's take care of that. 2 things. Submit a motion for dismissal immediately, followed by a motion for a show cause. You want to submit both at the same time. So in layman's terms,
it's another one of none of your businesses, so blame her. Don't blame me.
the show cause means
I'm joking.
to prove your case. Prove it up. Prove you have the right to even bother me at all. Prove your case. Or it must be dismissed.
That's a good one.
I think I found the door. They never.
Interesting that this actually came up. Title 25 CFR Indian. Remember I was just talking about that last week? That was me, wasn't it? This just came up in the feed. This is mine. None of your business, not yours. I got this one.
Never told us to look for. See, everybody was arguing about names, and everybody was arguing about labels. But I stopped arguing and started reading. And what I discovered changed my whole approach. The key was never just identity. The key was records. The key was procedure. The key was knowing where the doors actually are. Title 25 CFR, Indian Affairs. You have trust records, restricted lands, probate, recognition, and administrative history.
Guys caught that? Guys listening? Ain't business? Business? Rich? Billion, you in there? Derek, you in there? Anybody in there? Anybody? Anybody? Anybody?
They build entire systems around records. So why were we never taught how to find ours? Title 25, CFR, Part 83 is acknowledgement.
Got that? You guys get that? Get that?
Title 25 CFR Part 15 is Indian estate probate.
You guys get that? I'm pausing, giving y'all some time. You gotta hit the boop boop, just tap it a couple times. You can go back, catch that, do your research, Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Just tap, back tap. Doop, doop.
Parts 150 through 179 is land and title records.
Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Back tap. That's when I say doop, doop. Doop, doop. Back tap. Back tap. Back tap. All right.
And part 151 is land into trust.
Got that? Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. Doop, doop.
This isn't about claiming something. This is about researching, documenting, and rebuilding what was lost. Because if history was written through records, then restoration starts through records. Your ancestors left footprints, names, land, documents, communities, and family lines. The mission now is simple. Find the record, preserve the record, and continue the legacy. The door was never locked. Most of us were just never shown where the key was. I think I found the door.
All right. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you guys an opportunity. And you got 1 minute to get those codes. Write them down. If this is something that interests you, if this falls within the line of what you're doing, get those codes, figure it out. Go ahead. Take your time. I'll wait. I'm going to wait. Go ahead. Got a minute. Starting now. All right. So get back to it. Now, we have right here. Hold on. All right, I'm off mute. Okay, so we have right here. What we have right here. What we have right here. It's a whole different angle. We're going to get into the other part of it. All right. So, hopefully everything worked out. You know, everybody got the information that they needed. And all right, so look. Ooh. Y'all know that's for real. All right, so look. What we're gonna do right now, we're gonna take about, I said we at 2.5 right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the next 45 minutes. We're gonna work off these 3 videos right here. We're gonna go into some civics and law. All right. Yeah. CFR, Code of Federal Regulations 25. All right, you got the chapters. He gave you the chapters. You can rewind that. But no, you can get that later, though. None of your business. You can get that later. Did you send me this? Damn, I was going to take credit for it. No, you didn't send me that. I had that. Nah, that was me. Okay, so look, we're going to get into the other aspect of what I like to talk about, spend some time. And yeah, you guys ready? All right, so let's go ahead and get busy on this. Now, what I'm gonna say right here is these things that I'm bringing up. I just like let you know. I'm not gonna say that these things are just popping up all over the place because of me. Because at the same time, when I'm doing this live stream, I'm also connected to my Facebook. So after I'm done recording and this live is done, you can go on Facebook and actually listen to it again. So I'll take the credit till somebody say I did it on my. I don't know if anybody been seeing this since I've been going live, but you know what I'm saying? Maybe not. Who knows? All right, let's go.
In USC Section 8, 18 USC Section 8. Read that definition before you read the system. One word, obligation. Most people think they already know what it means. They don't. Open 18 USC Section 8 and read the definition for yourself. It defines obligation or other security of the United States to include numerous instruments issued under U.S. authority, including bonds, certificate of indebtedness, national bank currency, Federal Reserve notes, silver certificates, gold certificates, certificates of deposits, bills, checks, or drafts drawn by authorized officers of the United States, postage stamps from the largest bank by locations in the United States, revenue stamps, and other representatives of value issued under acts of Congress. That's why definitions matter. The system doesn't operate on what you think a word means. It operates on what the law says it means. Most people read headlines. Very few read definitions. The difference between those two groups is measured in understanding, understanding, and overstanding. Stop arguing. Start reading. Because the sharpest blade in commerce isn't money. It's the definition. That is all, my friends. Have an excellent day. 18 USC.
You know, he said a bunch of nothing. That's cool. Said a bunch of nothing, but we'll just keep going.
I buy the mortgage. I'm not trying to buy the house. So when I go in to talk to the bank, I go in and I talk to them about, I know FDIC told me you have $30 million in non-performing debt. What are you going to do with that? And, it's the end of the quarter. Do you want to report that you still have at the end of the quarter, or do you want to sell it to me? Right now, the current market price for that is 48 cents. We'll give you 48 cents. And that's how we get it. I buy the mortgage. I'm not trying to buy the house. So when I go in to talk to the bank, I go in and I talk to them about, I know FDIC told me you have $30 million in non-performing debt. What are you going to do with that? And, it's the end of the quarter. Do you want to report that you still have at the end of
Now, I'm playing it a bunch of times. I'll play it again. He said he's going to the bank talking about non-performing debt. Now, have you ever looked at your credit report? See anything on your credit report, I mentioned this before, say that it has been charged off. Not discharged. It's been charged off. So the charge off is based off of what you would consider to be accounts receivable. 90 days it's the foreclosure process, or what you call the default process. The default process says that if you haven't paid on any type of obligation on, related to any instruments, on the 91st day, it becomes accounts receivable. They then can file a claim on the insurance and get paid for the face value. On top of that, they know that it's a performing debt. It's still what they would call performing, being that it's still being traded in off market. So you got you got public side and the private side, or you talk about on market, off market. Now, what they can, people like this guy. So this is how you know it's still, so-called black people that know about this game and has been getting it done. And he got a lot of silver in his hair. So that means he know the game. Anybody ever seen this guy before? You ever see him in your community? You ever see him doing any seminars where ain't nothing but so-called black people around? He telling people this game. That you could take your little W-4, W-2 check, take a little piece of it, put it to the side, and go buy some of these performing debts. Remember last week on Thursday, I showed you the sister said, "Yeah, I'm a banker now because I bought these mortgages, I bought these notes." As a matter of fact, I'm gonna pull her back up so we can line them up. That he actually said the FDIC said that. FDIC, you saw that picture. So, non-performing debts. Non-performing debts just means you stop paying. So that's that interest. Remember I showed you Title 26, 856, and 860G. Right, Title 26. Title 26 is Internal Revenue Code. Why is that all up in there? You got 26 CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, also dealing with original issue discount. What did I say? 1.1275-3. So he said 43 cents. Now, when he said 43 cents, he's really talking about 43%. So we just talk about $1, right? So on the dollar, 43 cents. So for the dollar, he paid 43 cents for it. And actually, he paid a lot more than he should have. But he got money like that, so he can get it for 43 cents. But you multiply that, right? Let's say this is a 500,000. Let's say this is $1 million. It's a $1 million note that's not performing. And he pays 430,000 for it, but it's worth $1 million on the market value. But then after repair and all the other things aside, it might be worth $2 million. Might be equity in it. It's a good deal. So he just paid 430,000, but it's worth $2 million. So he actually could take that 430,000, put it down, he got $2 million on the after repair value or the improvement value or what the high market is going to state in the future, right? You talk about futures. What is that? 1.6 million? A little less than 1.6 million. He can actually buy that for 430,000 and then sell it for maybe 20 cents on top of that. So now he just made $200,000 on top of the 430, and he got his money back. So he got the 430 plus another 20 or 20 cents, 200,000. It's quick money. You ain't did nothing. See, the sister, the last time she was talking about, well, I could foreclose on it. Them people don't want to foreclose on nothing. They just want to get the note. They get it at 43 cents. They sell it for 60 cents off of the 2 million. He got it off of the 1 million. He just put another million on top of it based on what, futures say. I know, crypto. I'll be like, crypto, NFTs, crypto. You don't know that these mortgage-backed securities are dealing with the same thing? I thought I showed you that. I showed you an MBS with a QSIP number, ticker symbol. Showed you that. Gotta love it. Gotta love the game. You can hate the referees, though. Let's do it again.
The quarter, or do you want to sell it to me? Right now, the current market price for that is 48 cents. We'll give you 48 cents, and that's how we get it. I buy the mortgage. I'm not trying to buy the house. So when I go in to talk to the bank, I go in and I talk to them about.
See? Don't want the house. They want the mortgage. The mortgage got a lot of other things to it. Now, you see how quick it is because he's leaving a whole lot of stuff out. I gave you the other stuff to plug in.
I know FDIC told me you have 30 million.
He said FDIC told him. I mean, he went to FDIC and asked. Right? FDIC told me you have $30 million in non-performing debt. That means that bank has $30 million of default loans that they can't collect on. Debt collectors, debt buyers. You see?
$1 million in non-performing debt. What are you going to do with that? And, it's the end of the quarter. You want to report that you still have at the end of the
quarter. So it's the end of the quarter. It's not the calendar year. It's the quarter. So let's say April 15th. That's the first quarter, right? There's 4 quarters. After April 15th, you go to June. April, May, June. That's the end of the quarter. Then you get into July. Like in that quarter, you can buy this stuff up 43 cents because 43 cents, but then you multiply it by the other 4 quarters. So he getting that at 43 cents. So you're talking about 30 million, right? He's getting that 43 cents. 43 cents of 30 million. And really, what they're buying it at is the face value, not the investment value. Nevertheless.
The quarter, or do you want to sell it to me? Right now, the current market price for that is 48 cents. We'll give you 48 cents.
48 cents, not 43. We'll give you 48 cents. You really think he's giving them 48 cents? You really think he's giving them 4 dimes, a nickel, and 3 cents? No. That cent is percentage. Percentage. The cent in the middle.
And that's how we get it. I buy the mortgage.
He said that's how we get him. Look at that guy. Guy not young. Not young at all. Let's keep going.
Every single one of them. So here we have it, the proof that all banks are foreign entities and that every single one of them So here we have it, the proof that all banks are foreign entities and that they cannot sue you in state court or federal court for that matter. But right now we're going to talk about why they can't do shit to you in state court. And I want to thank Carl Collicott and Derek Gonzalez for
Hey, watch your language. Watch your language.
their gracious giving of their knowledge. All right, this one's going to be a long one, so I hope you brought your pencils. But real quick, I do for you, you do for me. In my bio, my new stand store is up and running. You can go there and book a one-on-one with me. You can also...
Yeah. Buy. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. All right, let's go back. This seems like it's going to be long, and I'm going to probably walk. Go ahead.
Download some of the files that I'm starting to compile there. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say. Get your pencils ready. Here we go. All right. Did you all know that in 1989, the Department of Justice itself, the DOJ, handed over an amicus brief for Citibank NA versus Wells Fargo Asia Limited?
Hey, man, slow down. Slow down. Let me see if I can slow this down a little bit, man. This dude talking fast. Hold on. Let me see. Playback speed. There we go. Let's go a little slower.
Right up here in the Supreme Court. And
oh, yeah, that's better. It's got to slow down. Yeah, there we go. Just learned something new.
Yet we've got the Kool-Aid crowd still waiting for the FBI to come save us from banking fraud. Okay. Anyway, the Supreme Court recognized that the United States banks like Citibank NA are simply foreign banking entities wrapped in U.S. charters, playing by international rules, and even the DOJ backed this up, that there's no magical domestic banking shield that allows them to hide behind state courts or claim American jurisdiction when their entire banking structure is tied to foreign branches, foreign assets, and international banking law. This case straight up asked, can a so-called United States bank even be held liable for deposits in a foreign branch? And then here came the reality check. There ain't no such thing as a United States bank. 12 U.S.C. 3105 and 12 U.S.C. 631 admit that these are foreign entities operating under foreign banking charters regulated by the Bank for International Settlements, not the United States. The DOJ literally confessed that national banks like Citibank are foreign banking operations serving the foreign commerce of the United States. That means that every so-called U.S. bank is foreign in structure, regulated from abroad, and only permitted to dabble in domestic commerce by grace of the federal government. So, for all you guys still clinging to the idea that Synchrony Bank or Citibank or any of the usual suspects can sue you in a state court because they're domestic, think again. Next time before you show up with your half-baked comments and your kindergarten legal takes, maybe try reading the federal code. And speaking of the federal code, I hope you sharpened your pencils. 12 U.S.C. 1841 Bank Holding Company Act of 1956 defines a bank holding company as any company that owns, controls, or has power over a bank. Foreign banking organizations and parent corporations of U.S. banks that are domiciled outside the U.S. controlling vast parts of the U.S. financial system. The key insight here is that even these U.S.-based banks are often subsidiaries of the foreign holding companies. Not often, actually, they are. 12 CFR 211 Regulation K, International Banking Operations, governs foreign banking organizations and their U.S. branches. This explicitly states that foreign banks' U.S. activities are limited to foreign business and domestic transactions with U.S. citizens, which must be authorized under strict rules. The key insight here is that if a bank operates inside the U.S. under this regulation, it's a foreign entity subject to foreign law and international compliance. 12 CFR 211.21 to 11.24 definitions and restrictions. This defines a foreign bank as any institution organized under the laws of a foreign country and engaged directly in banking outside the United States. Domestic branch of a foreign bank is merely a branch authorized under U.S. regulations for foreign operations. The key insight here is that a U.S. branch or subsidiary is a domestic arm of a foreign banking operation, not a truly domestic institution. Starting to see a pattern? 12 U.S.C. 1843F, exclusion from public banking. Foreign banks are prohibited from transacting with the U.S. general public unless explicitly authorized. This confirms that most banks in the United States are simply foreign extensions under U.S. regulatory tolerance, not truly American institutions. Historical context and Federal Reserve setup. Federal Reserve Act of 1913 created the modern banking framework. Many banks are chartered under federal law, but owned or controlled by foreign interests. The Bank of International Settlements, BIS for short, and foreign-controlled institutions oversee much of the regulatory framework, including Basel Accords, directly influencing U.S. banks. A bit of
Basel is BASEM. Compliance. Basel, compliance. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
case law for this one. National Bank versus Matthews and First National Bank Bel Air versus the comptroller of the currency. These cases, both of them confirm that no bank in the U.S. can secure loans with real property. This ties into the distinction between domestic banks and the underlying foreign ownership of foreign regulatory frameworks.
All right, that's enough of that. I'm going to save some of this. Now,
if you're currently having...
No, didn't mean to do that. All right, so look. Let's keep going. I think I got one more. That's your video. None of your business. You sent that. You sent that video. You sent this one. You sent this one. There's you. There's you. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Let me share my entire screen. All right. Let me share my entire screen. Let me share my entire screen. Go and get into Black's Law Dictionary real quick so we can look up these definitions. We see what it do, see what time it is. So we get a clear understanding of obligation. We're going to go back to that guy who said a little bit of nothing. Let's go to obligation. We're going to start here at Black's Law. Then we're going to go to Article 3 of showed you. So when I'm showing you these videos now, I think that the foundation has been established where I'm going with this, so you guys get a full understanding of the contracts and the agreements that you have gotten yourself into. Also, the relationship of the relationship that you have between you and these other entities, or what we will call them from now on, servicing companies. I don't care what they are, what status they might have in their name. If it's dealing with any extension of credit, anything that is considered to be a loan, anything that's dealing with you providing your private information, identifying numbers at that, it is a contract. What type of contract? We don't know. Also, on the opposite side of it, it is considered to be a form of a trust relationship, also tied within allegiance, alliance, peace, and friendship, right? Power to the people, right? More importantly, American jurisprudence, corporate juris secundum, all of these different codes, statutes, regulations, enforcements, case law, full faith and credit, precedent that subjects these entities and their officials, employees, administrators, executives, officers thereof, hereto, hereinto. All right? It is not you, not you. Them and them only. Rodriguez versus Donovan. Real party and interest. 12, Rule 12. So we got that. All right. Now, let's get over here to obligation. I'm going to see how fast I can work this. Let me see if I can get this done in 10 to 15 minutes. Obligation. Obligation. There it is. There it is. All right. See all these Latin terms? Let's look at these Latin terms. When people talk about roots, all right. All right. Ablati, ablatai, ablate rose, ablate, si ablati. Ablate rose, chancery rose. Keep that word in mind. Chancery. 1199 to 1641. Remember when I said that the post office has been in existence in America since 1100 AD. The post office. Pony Express, all right? All right, so we got ablati, an old European law, voluntary slaves of churches or monasteries. Counties. You hear this? Think of counties. Parishes. Think about that as well. An old European law. Old European law. Don't get distracted by the word European. Right? So you have P-E-A-N. Right? You substitute the A for the O, you have a peon. This is the law of peons. How you deal with peons, voluntary slaves. Remember Title 42 USC, Section 1994, peonage abolished. Remember the definition of peon, peonage. The connections. Okay, churches, monasteries. Think of parishes and counties. Think of the Huguenots. Remember we talked about the Huguenots, the Moors and Spartans. Think about Presbyterian, Anabaptist, Methodist, Lutheran. What's the other one? Calvinist. Think about all those. All right, so the next one, ablati actio. In the civil law, an action given to a party against another who had offered to him a stolen thing which was found in his possession. Obliti actio. Right? So that's the act. We have the act in there. An action, actio, an action given to a party against another. Given to a party against another who had offered to him a stolen thing, which was found in his possession. Oblatio, Latin. In the civil law, a tender of money in payment of a debt made by a debtor to creditor, whatever is offered to the church by the pious. Calvin. Got it? Calvin, and it has a period right there. Calvin. Calvinism. Stay with me. Stay with me. Just get me out. Get there. Oblation, oblations, or obventions are offerings or customary payments made in England to the minister of a church, including fees on marriages, burials, mortuaries, and Easter offerings. To Stephen, I don't know what this means. Philem, I know this ecclesiastical law, 1596. They may be commuted by agreement. You ever heard of the word tithes? Tithes. Pay your tithes to the church. Oblations, or what they also call libations, right? You have libations as well. Oblations, libations. Let's put it together. Let's keep going. We're not doing all that. But here comes next. Obligate. To bind or constrain. To bind to the observance or performance of a duty. To place under an obligation. And remember, keep this in mind. A tender of money in payment of a debt made by debtor to creditor. Period. Whatever is offered to the church by the pious. What's this pious mean? And at the same time, why is ecclesiastical law within the Black's Law Dictionary? Why is church dealing with law? Question you need to ask. Also, right here, back to obligate. To bind oneself by an obligation or promise. We have a promise. We have an obligation. To assume, keyword assume, a duty. To execute a written promise or covenant. Covenant. Now, I'm going to show you a deed of trust. And you're going to see these words in there. To make a writing obligatory. To make a writing obligatory. So, meaning, this writing, for example, this deed of trust is considered to be a writing, a thing put black ink on white paper that turned out to be an obligation or obligatory. But we're going to get to that. We're going to see what obligatory means. Obligatio in Roman law. See, now we're talking about Roman law. See, it's just the pronunciations, well, not the pronunciations, but how they're spelling these words. Obligatio, Latin, in Roman law. So Latin, Roman law. We have also Latin here. Oblatio in civil law. So we got civil law. We have Roman law. A legal bond which obliges the performance of something in accordance with the law of the land. Ortolan in institution. This is 2, subsection 1179. Look, this in itself, the references, this is a lot of work. Taking things from face value, this is the presumption and assumptions. Taking things from face value, unreasonable. It can't happen. You got to look and reference all these things. Shout out to the nation of Yahweh. It corresponded nearly to our word contract. It corresponded nearly to our word contract. the legal relation existing between two certain persons, whereby one, the creditor, is authorized to demand of the other, the debtor, a certain performance which has a money value. In this sense, obligatio signifies not only the duty of the debtor, but also the right of the creditor. In fact, establishing such claim and debt as also the instrument evidencing it is termed obligation. Think about everything that we have spoken on in regards to Black's Law mortgages, right? Mortgages is the easiest way to figure this thing out. Not a car loan. Mortgages. Because everything has to be in writing because you're dealing with land. You're dealing with land. You're dealing with land rights, land law, title, civil law, criminal law, consumer law, international law. You're dealing with a lot of different aspects of that. Because everything, as I showed in Aboriginal title, is common law. Common law is the law of the land. Law of the land is common law. As I showed in this right here, quick reference over here, right here. They consider to be black communal farming. Take out the AL, you have common. Oh, there's a U in there. So what? Still common. Farming, land, everything else that goes with it. Stay with me. Okay? Now let's come down here. Let's go to where we at here? All right. So let's get to the so-called English word, obligation. It says a generic word derived from the Latin substantive obligatio, having many wide and varied meanings according to the context in which it is used. That which a person is bound to do or forbear. Bound to do or forbear. It's forbearance. Any duty imposed by law, promise, contract, relations of society, courtesy, kindness, etc. Society, courtesy, kindness, courtesy and kindness. Remember, donor. Contracts, relations, kindness, relations of society, trust, contract, uniform commercial code, binding, obligations on both sides, promise, what you call a promissory note or a note imposed by law. The law of what? The law of trust. The rule of law, peace and friendship, constitution. All these things that tie together. All right. Right here, duty imposed by law. Law or duty binding parties to perform their agreement. Binding parties to perform their agreements. Check out your documents. Check out your instruments. How many signatures do you see? Do you see two? Do you see one? Meeting of the minds, right? Two competent parties. All right. That which constitutes a legal or moral duty. Moral duty, that's common law. Right? Lawful versus legal. Lawful deals with morals. Legal. Lawful. They say legal or moral. Depending on the situation. So this legal or moral is dealing on the situation. Either it's a legal duty or it's a lawful duty that you need to perform. That usually falls under a fiduciary relationship. Okay? And which renders a person liable to coercion. Oof. And punishment for neglecting it. Coercion. We can look that up. Maybe. But people know what coercion means. So if you're liable to coercion, not for coercion, you're liable to coercion. So within the obligation, right? Because they make it one-sided. I am obligated to pay my bills, pay my taxes before anything else. Before I take care of me and mine, I must pay that bill. William, Billy Bob, Will need to be paid first. For anything else, it's my obligation. Everything else comes second, third, and fourth. Think about it from that perspective, okay? Now, if the obligation is actually what is being done or not being done, but if the obligation is what it's supposed to be in regards to these contracts, what is supposed to be a contract, a bilateral contract where two people are signing with obligations on both sides, we wouldn't have this problem. But the obligation is on me. My signature is the only signature that's in place. So there's an implied trust, a resulting trust, a unilateral contract. It's one signature. The other side has been fully indemnified or relieved from any obligation or duty. I have all the duties. I'm going to be taxed on that money. I'm going to have to pay that. I got to pay with interest and principal, and it's going to be for 30 years. Think about it. But this definition says the obligation, if there's an obligation, by definition, there must be two sides of the deal, two sides of the same coin. But we took a survey. I'm pretty sure everybody will say, I think 100% of people will say that if I didn't pay my bills, I will lose that house. And the bank is going to take it because they loaned me money that I didn't have. So that means since they loaned me money, I must pay. So I must go get a job. I must be able to keep that job, because if I don't keep that job, I'm going to have to pay. I mean, if I don't keep that job, I'm not going to be able to pay, and I will lose that house. I will lose that car. I will lose my relationship. I will lose my wife. I will lose my husband. I will lose. Where's the winning? But this definition of obligation says something totally different. What we think obligation is. Let me start here. Well, let's go back here. Let me see. Nope, let's start right here. Law or duty. Binding parties to perform their agreement. Plural. Let's keep going. Semicolon, a word of broad meaning, and the particular meaning intended is to be gained by consideration of its context. An obligation or debt may exist by reason of a judgment as well as an express contract. In either case, there being a legal duty on the part of the one bound to comply with the promise. Liability is created by contract or law or tort. Exchange Bank versus Ford, as legal term, word, or originally meant a sealed bond. But it now extends to any certain written promise to pay money or do a specific thing. Written promise to pay money or do a specific thing. The broad meaning, a formal and binding agreement or acknowledgement of liability to pay a certain sum or do a certain thing. But here's the issue. What people are looking over, law or duty binding parties to perform their agreement. Even within all these broad meanings, there's one thing that is the glue right in the middle. Parties there. Parties, binding parties, perform their agreement. So even though you don't think on the back end they're doing something, they are doing something that is servicing the loan. Servicing the credit installment contract, servicing the retail installment contract, servicing the credit debt obligation. Well, no, it's called the consolidated debt obligation, which is your mortgage-backed security. There's interest payments being made. There's a lot of things going on at that time, but you know what it is? If you can't figure anything out, it is a tax liability. It is also what we consider to say is a taxable event. Okay, now we don't need to do anything more outside of go to what we will call what? Let's see here. I'm going to obligatory. Obligatory. Okay, so they ain't got it here. All right. So you pretty much have that in place. So now when we go to obligation, I don't know. Do I want to go any further on that? I think I did enough on that. I think we did enough on that. Now, let me talk about this situation real quick. And this is where a lot of people are teaching people wrong. They're teaching people wrong. Let me look in the chat real quick. They're teaching people wrong because that young lady actually thinks she's actually a creditor, a lender. She said that. She did say that. But let me go ahead and do this real quick. Let's go here real quick. Let me see if I can go ahead and find her. Let me go down here. Let me find it. Let me green onions, square footage, fig tree, really unknown, bread, lanes, land and construction loan, Black Bear Dollar. There it is. All right. So now let's put it right next to this. See, this is where the information gets very, very tricky. It gets tricky. Because I'm going to play this guy again, then I'm going to play this sister real quick. Let's hear him out. All right. Am I up? Yep, I'm up.
I buy the mortgage. I'm not trying to buy the house. So when I go in to talk to the bank, I go in and I talk to them about, I know FDIC told me you have $30 million in non-performing debt. What are you going to do with that? And, it's the end of the quarter. Do you want to report that you still have at the end of the quarter, or do you want to sell it to me? Right now, the current market price for that is 48 cents. We'll give you 48 cents. And that's how we get it. I buy the mortgage. I'm not trying.
All right, so let's listen to her.
Girl has officially got her first check as a lender. I am now a bank, y'all. And I don't have a fucking bank. I legally am a bank now. I literally collect mortgage payments. And it's because I bought something called performing notes. And I figured this all out by myself.
Okay. Said performing notes. But she's saying she's buying performing notes. So he said he goes to the bank and saying, you got about $30 million worth of non-performing notes. But she's saying she's buying performing notes. See the difference? Performing notes meaning that whoever is buying the thing, I know she's probably going to mention it, but let me tell you so it come out of my mouth. She's actually saying that she's buying notes where people are still paying the debt or paying on that obligation or paying interest-only payments. That's what she's saying. So she's buying performing. You got non-performing notes. You got performing notes. It means it's still paying. And her end game is if they don't pay, I can take the house. If it is that simple. But she should really think about how she can turn that into a service or a humanitarian thing and help people save their houses versus taking people's land. Because of the equity, the sweat, and everything that they put into the land. You see what I'm saying? You see she got the big old earphones and she all plugged up and everything. She feeling good about herself. She didn't slap them big old thighs. Feeling good about herself.
Because on a journey to have a $1 million real estate portfolio, because I done made over $500,000 in digital products. I'm like, I don't want this fast money no more. I literally want real estate. So I figured out all of the stuff that creates like raindrops in a bucket. So
you hear what she's saying? Everybody be like, yeah, get it, girl. Get it. Yeah, do your thing. But at what cost? Well, the white people do it. This is what they're doing. I'm trying to get in where they get in and get in where I fit in. Yeah, I know. I know.
So meaning I didn't look for none of the get rich type stuff when it came to real estate. I said I'm 28 years old. By the time I'm 32, I want to be worth $5 million. So I put together a plan. And I found performing notes, which means like I'm Wells Fargo. I basically bought a loan. And now the person who actually owns the loan, which is the land, he pays me a check every month. And
you heard what she said? She said, who owns the loan, which is the land, the loan is the land. See, people say things blindly, like they know what they're talking about, because she's regurgitating information. But she's taking it just for face value. She really doesn't understand what she's saying. The loan is the land. So if the loan is the land is the loan, that means that the one that actually made the transaction happen owns the land. And the loan connected to the title insurance, right? The insurance that they put on the land, right? The encumbrance that they put on the land really belongs to the actual owner, not you. You're doing nothing but servicing the loan, because when you show that to them, you're not the underwriter, you're not the investor, you're not the one that made the contract to transact any funds in any direction. All you did was buy something. See, but you hear her. We're going to let her finish. Then we're going to listen to this one guy that talked in a matter of about, I think he only talked for 10 seconds. And watch what he says versus what she says. Because even though she think they're performing notes, he's telling you they're not performing.
Which is interest, and then it's the cost of the actual land. If he stops paying, I get the land. But if he keeps paying, I just keep getting money each month. But listen, y'all, I teach y'all about this in my group. I also teach y'all how to invest in properties for under $100, because I have over 60 properties now. And I invested probably like $150 on each property, but I really co-own them. So I can go to them. I am an owner. And you guys can do.
And she says she co-owns them. She bought them, but she co-owns them. But what does that mean? This is what I'm saying. These people be on these internets, man, just saying anything. Like, stop it. Y'all need to stop talking, like, for real. Really need to stop talking. Let's get over here. Let's go back to this guy.
I buy the mortgage. I'm not trying to buy the house. So when I go in to talk to the bank, I go in and I talk to them about, I know FDIC told me you have $30 million in non-performing debt. What are you going to do with that? And, you know, it's the end of the quarter. Do you want to report that you still have at the end of the quarter, or do you want to sell it to me? Right now, the current market price for that is 48 cents. We'll give you 48 cents. And that's how we get it. I buy the mortgage.
He said, I don't want the house. I want the mortgage. I don't want it. She said, I want the land. He don't want the land. He want the mortgage. Non-performing, meaning paid in full. That means everything's gone. They took that out and it's still on their books. You need to get these off your books. I'm trying to save you here. Shit, how many you got? Sure, I got 30 million worth. Okay, I got market value. I got 43 cents on you. Got 43 cents. So 30 million, I'm gonna give you 430,000. 43 cents. 430,000. 48 cents. 480,000 on $30 million. $480,000 on $30 million portfolio. I'm just saying. Think about it. She says she in her 20s. She's 28. She young, excited. Hopefully she keep that nice young face over a period of time. It's going to get stressful. Yeah. But you got to be smart about this thing. You know what I mean? Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to come over here. All right. Let's just go here real quick. We're going to go back to this. Remember what this guy was talking about here? Remember this guy was talking about here? We're going to go back to his fast talking self.
Every single one of them. So here we have it, the proof that all banks are foreign entities and that they cannot sue you in state court or federal court for that matter. But right now we're going to talk about why they can't do shit to you in state court. And I want to thank Carl Collicott and Derek Gonzalez for their gracious giving of their knowledge. All right. This one's going to be a long one, so I hope you brought your pencils. But real quick, I do for you, you do for me. In my bio, my newsstand store is up and running. You can go there and book a one-on-one with me. You can also download some of the files. Do for you, you over an amicus brief for Citibank NA versus Wells Fargo Asia Limited. Right up here in the Supreme Court, and yet we've got the Kool-Aid crowd still waiting for the FBI to come save us from banking fraud. Okay. Anyway, the Supreme Court recognized that the United States banks, like Citibank N.A., are simply foreign banking entities wrapped in U.S. charters, playing by international rules, and even the DOJ backed this up, that there's no magical domestic banking shield that allows them to hide behind state courts or claim American jurisdiction when their entire banking structure is tied to foreign branches, foreign assets, and international banking law.
So if that's the case, why are they still able to function? Question. Why are they able to function? Okay. Why are they still able to function? This is the key question. Remember, we talked about promises, everything that we showed, right? Redeem. Okay, the currency of negotiable instruments is sounder than other types of currency. It will reconnect the insolvent public side of the economic system with its only source of credit and redemption, the private side. So we talk about creditor-debtor situations. You're looking at it and what it sounds like in the definitions and what they're actually breaking it down to be right here. Now, the persons on the public side are United States citizens. U.S. citizens' collateral is lawfully held as debtor by a third party with the superior claim pursuant to a security agreement and says security interest perfected under UCC, then no government, state, body politic, or any party in commerce can state a claim. Now, remember here, because if you want to understand American history, anybody that might be listening and never heard anything like this before, if you understand history, if you want to understand history, you must understand American history. Now, I showed this last week, and this is titled A Short History of Indian Law in the Supreme Court. Short history. Now, I'm just going to pick out certain sentences, right? Because now I'm going to start testing people's fortitude, mental fortitude on what I'm saying. Right. So it says the history starts with the earliest decades of the Supreme Court and tracks the growth of the American Republic. The growth of the American Republic. Guiding principles in Indian law. The long history of Supreme Court decisions in Indian law has cemented several guiding principles. First, Congress has plenary power in the exercise of its Indian affairs duties. You want me to go back to obligation? All right, let me go back to obligation. Where are we at? Obligation. Let's go back to obligation. Obligation. Law or duty. Binding parties to perform their agreement. Where you going, coach? All right. I don't know. This for you. This for you. Now, it says, second, the United States owes a duty. Damn, there go that word again. Of protection to Indian nations and tribal members akin to a common law trust. Oh, there go that thing again. There go that common word again. There go law. What do you say? Law, duty, law, or duty? What is Black's Law Dictionary? What is American jurisprudence? What is corporate juris secundum? Who is it pertaining to? Who is it pertaining to? What is this pertaining to? What is this pertaining to? What is this pertaining to? Donor, party conferring a power, one who makes a gift, one who creates a trust. He who gives lands or tenements to another entail. In Old English law, he by whom lands were given to another, the party making a donation. Remember obligatio? Then when you have a donatio, obligatio came to obligation. Just take out the N. Yeah, obligatio. Put an N, obligation. It's another letter. Now, third, Indian nations retain inherent sovereign powers, subject to divestiture only by agreement or by Congress. Fourth, state law does not apply in Indian country absent authorization by Congress. Finally, Congress must clearly state its intention to divest tribal sovereignty. Now, we have this right here that we just read. Now we have this too right here. Let's just deal with this real quick. See what y'all think about it. Okay, it says modern federal Indian law has given space for Indian nations to exercise self-governance and to preserve tribal lands, economies, and cultures. But for too long before the modern era, the Supreme Court ratified the mass dispossession of Indian lands, exploitation of Indian resources by outsiders, and attacks on tribal cultures, governments, and economies. So that means that these Indian people had tribal cultures, governments, and economies. And they allowed outsiders to come in and attack it. Okay? Make of that what you will. But that just spelled it out. Now, I'm going to stop right there. You remember that? You remember this? Got that? Okay. This is the most important part right here. Read that over. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over here to education. Yeah, you guys can look at it. So what? Let's come down here real quick. Where is it at? Where is it at? And then we're going to be done. Right? We got this. All right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to come right here. Hold on. Let's go here. Nah, that ain't what I wanted. Nah, that ain't what. Man, stay still. God damn it. All right. All right. So this right here is, I'm just blowing this up a little bit. Fiduciary responsibility. This am juror right here, it's American jurisprudence. So I wanted to blow that up. And this is dealing with public officers and employees. So I come down here, got case law down here, but I'm going to read this next. Come right here. This is corporate juris secundum notes. There's a key word in here, juris. Let's go to Black's law. What we're going to do is come down here. Let's see if we can find the word juris. See what that means. Just come down and see what that means. Is it here? If not, we will find it. Here we go. Juris. 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 All right. So, juris of right of law. It's juris of right of law. So we have corpus. Juris of right of law. You guys got that? All right. Make a note. So we get these things right. What do these words mean? Let's go to corpus. What is corpus? Time flies, huh? All right, here's corpus. Even better. We got corpus. Corpus. We got corpus juris right there. It's in the thing. Here's the corpus. Latin. Body. An aggregate or mass of men, laws, or articles. So that's corpus. A body of men, laws, or articles. All right, that's your corpus. Corpus juris. A body of law. A term used to signify a book comprehending several collections of law. There are two principal collections to which this name is given, the Corpus Juris Civilis and the Corpus Juris Canonici, or Canonici, also name of an encyclopedic statement of the principles of Anglo-American law. So you have these two right here, but see, they don't have secundum here. But we have corpus juris, a body of law. What is secundum? What is secundum? Let's see what secundum is. And that thing that went all the way down. All right, there we go. You know, on Monday, I just go wherever it take me. So you already know what time it is. Go wherever it take me. All right, so. All right, here we go. Secundum. All right. So we got corpus juris means body of law. Secundum means in the civil and common law. So this is a body of law. So this is the body of civil and common law. Corpus juris secundum, body of law in the civil and common jurisdiction. See, you see how they changed the why did you just say corpus secundum juris? The body of civil and common law. That's what you say. So you got corpus juris, and that's what that means. There you go. Secundum. Got a lot of them here. So we have corpus juris secundum, the body of common and civil law. Now, in the first definitions here that they bring up, you have actually what is CJS, corpus juris secundum 90, that deals with trust. Section 162, intention of creator or settler. Based on everything that we said prior, we have this relationship. And as I'm going through it, I think you guys might be viewing that too, is the simple fact that we are not dealing with just anybody in these body of laws. We're actually dealing with one specific people in relationship to a company or a country, what we call the United States. So even in these contracts, what you're dealing with might be that as well. See, people like to think, well, these other groups and all these other people are dealing with some. They just might not be dealing with it from the same aspect as they have us up under that. They might be working out these contracts to put us in these peonage subjective positions as these other people, these immigrants that came over here that pledged allegiance and want to be a part of the United States. You see what I'm saying? So, so if we deal with intention of creator or settler, all right, so creation or intention or the intention of creator or settler, violation of intent, substitution of discretion, neither court nor beneficiary, not legislature. Neither court nor beneficiary, not legislator, is competent to violate settlers' intent. Now, if they say they're not competent to violate settlers' intent, and substitute its discretion for that of settler, it's case law right there. What is that? What does that mean? Neither court nor beneficiary, not legislature, is competent. Neither court nor beneficiary, not legislature, is competent to violate settlers' intent. So if you come in there in the court and the beneficiary, right, and most important things, as I showed you in those non-judicial foreclosure documents, those instruments, is that these banks are coming in these deeds of trust as beneficiary. On top of that, they're bringing a claim, and I just showed you what this guy was saying in the video, that the brother said, I don't want the mortgage. I mean, I don't want the house. I want the mortgage. He don't want to deal with the court issues. Smart man. But you got certain people that's coming in, and most importantly, these are attorneys that are coming in, partnering with these courts to act as if they have competency, or they have some type of real party in interest or some claim of right to violate the settler's intent through the trust as a donor. More importantly, as the American Indian that has created all these instruments, these relationships, as I showed you the picture of the conveyance in the Aboriginal title. What are they doing? Now, if we go right here, it says footnote 18, it further says intent as law of trust. The intent. What is your intent? The intent or intention of the settlor of the trust is the law of the trust. So whatever my intent might be, it is the law of the trust. Whatever I say is, that's how it goes. Now, what are they doing in response to that? How are they countering that? They're circumventing. This is why they're mentioning legislature, not legislature. It says neither court nor beneficiary, not legislature. So they're talking about the court and whoever is considered to be beneficiary. So is the courts coming in as a beneficiary? Is there being an assignment being done, an investment assignment being done by these attorneys buying debt, these debt buyers, based on what you would consider to be non-performing or unsecured debts? And they're assigning it over to the court, and the courts is running this whole play as if this is something that is to be lawful. Now, let's keep going right here. This is the same one I did on banks and banking. right? So we go here, boom. Remember that? All right, cool. Let's go back to 1. And we go here, the third one. Rights created, powers reserved. In determining what rights are created by a trust instrument, the intent of the creator is controlling. In interpreting a trust to determine what rights are created or what powers are reserved, intent of settler is controlling. Right? Now, if you look at American jurisprudence, you go through those same volumes, they pretty much mirror each other. They also have sections on OID, 1099s, and all that stuff, tax situation. All right. Construing instruments together. Instrument exercising power of appointment. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Donor. The party conferring the power. Let's go up here. Donee of power. Wait a minute. You got the donor. Got the donee. Donee of power. The person to whom the settlor, or donor of a power of appointment gives such power to be exercised. Wait a minute. Okay, so what does it say? It says instruments exercising power of appointment. Where a trust agreement provides for a power of appointment, the instrument exercising the power is read into the agreement. Footnote 75 states the intent and purpose of the settler of the trust is the law of the trust. So we dealing with obligation here, right? Remember obligation? Okay. Now, that was a little bit too much right there. There we go. That'll work. Okay. Now, this is fiduciary responsibility. This is American jurisprudence. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Black's Law Dictionary. We're going to look up what jurisprudence means. Actually, we're going to do it this way. We're going to break it down step by step. Now, I promise you this time we're done. You know I don't mean it, though. I'm just going to say we're done so you think we're done. But we're not done. So we'll be done, though. It's Monday. All right, so where we at here? Where's Prudence at? Prudence, gotta be here. There you go. There you go. All right, so look, prudence, carefulness, precaution, attentiveness, and good judgment as applied to action or conduct. That degree of care required by the exigencies or circumstances under which it is to be exercised. Degree. Listen, we're going to look up definitions of fiduciary. Carefulness, precaution, attentiveness, good judgment, care, exercise. This term in the language of the law is commonly associated with care and diligence and contrasted with negligence. See those titles. Prudent, sagacious in adapting means to end, circumspect in action or in determining any line of conduct, practically wise, judicious, careful, discreet, circumspect, sensible. In defining negligence, practically synonymous with cautious. All right? Now, let's go to juris. Let's go back to juris. Jurisprudence. E, F, G, H, I, J, H, I, J. All right. Juris. We have that, right? So now we don't have jurisprudence in here, but we do have juris. All right, no jurisprudence in there, but we do have juris, of right of law. Okay, so we have American, juris, of right of law, prudence. So in care of law or prudent, you saw those definitions. So American jurisprudence. So let's see if we got an American up in here. See, American. Okay. American. Pertaining to the Western Hemisphere, or in a more restricted sense, to the United States. Restricted, though. It's the United States, but a restricted sense of what we consider to be United States. You see what I'm saying? So, American is pertaining to the whole Western Hemisphere. You remember the Western? They call Western science and Western this and Western that, and they always put white people on it. Negative. Okay? Because what white people are, they're subjected to the United States of America. All right? It was assumed in Life Photo Film Court versus Bell that the term American included all classes of citizens. It was assumed that the term American included all classes of citizens, native and naturalized, irrespective of where they originally came from. Now, this is a lot that has to do with the naturalization. See that I didn't really hear them talk about this, but we're going to actually get back into the situation with the Supreme Court ruling. We're going to talk about that. But it is assumed. This is the whole plenary situation going on. But what I'm going to do right now, and you guys can follow me while I'm doing this, I'm about to pull up this participation debate, right? Pull up this participation debate. And we're going to get into let's go to slideshow. Let's go from the beginning. Okay. So under the circumstances, we're going to deal with some of these things that took place. Now, I'm going to play some of these things, and I don't know what we're looking at right now, but yeah. I see people that kind of checked out a little bit, but I want to get into this situation. Hold on real quick. I'm just going to play it through. I'm going to look at the time, but I want to really get into something that Baldwin has said. Hold on.
That way. Is the American dream at the expense of the American Negro? All the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro. Is a question.
Hold on. Where's the volume at?
Hideously loaded. And that one's response has disappeared. And his father has no power in the world. This means, in the case of an American Negro, born in that glittering republic, and in the moment you are born, since you don't know any better, every stick and stone and every face is white. And since you have not yet seen the mirror, you suppose that you are too. It comes as a great shock around the age of 5 or 6 or 7 to discover that the flag which you have pledged allegiance, along with everybody else, has not pledged allegiance to you. It comes as a great shock to discover that Gary Cooper killing off the Indians when you were rooting for Gary Cooper, that the Indians were you.
All right, so that's not what I wanted. Hold on real quick. Let's go over here. I got to go over to these videos. Let's go over to these videos. You guys can travel with me. Ain't no problem. Let me come down here real quick. Let me get here. Yeah. I'm going to pull this up real quick. I want you guys to hear this one thing. This is very important. Very important.
That way is the American dream at the expense of the American Negro. All the American dream is at the expense of the American Negro.
That ain't the one I want. We're going to go over here. Let's try this one. Get out of here. Let's go this one. Let's go this one right here. Now, keep in mind, this is 1965. This is 1965. Where is
that way is the American dream?
That ain't what I wanted. That ain't what I wanted. Let's see. Man. Hold on. I know what to do. Say open with media. This will run
For
fast.
example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president. And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people. They were not in Harlem when the statement was first heard, and did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of a man in a Harlem barbershop, Robert Kennedy was not here yesterday.
Bingo. Bingo. Now, he's talking in 1965, right? Now, this is the this is the part of the video nobody is talking about, right? This is what I'm going to show you the difference between me and everybody else. This right here is more important than the Gary Cooper and the Indians were you conversation. Right, let me play this again. It's Robert Kennedy now. You're talking about Robert Kennedy. Let me play this one more time. I know this caught you off guard. I was trying to find it. Let's get it.
For example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president.
Now, he said in 40 years, this is 1964, 65. Said we might. No, it had to be prior to that, because his brother passed in 1963, I think it was. And this is Robert Kennedy. He ended up, they got him a little bit later, a couple years later. But let's hear it one more time.
For example, when the ex-Attorney General, Mr. Robert Kennedy, said that it was conceivable that in 40 years in America we might have a Negro president.
That's 2005. Obama, 2008.
And that sounded like a very emancipated statement, I suppose, to white people.
Now, let me give you the body language on him, the pitch, the tone, the body language. He put his hands in his pocket. See, he put his hands in his pocket. Then he's like moving around like it's a emancipated statement to white people, I guess. You know what I'm saying? To them. So, because guess who he's talking to? To them. Not talking to us. But he's going to make it clear. I'm just setting the stage. That's why I said that. Check this out.
They were not in Harlem when the statement was first heard.
They was not in Harlem.
And did not hear, and possibly will never hear, the laughter and the bitterness and the scorn which the statement was greeted. From the point of view of a man in the Harlem barbershop, Bobby Kennedy only got here yesterday.
Now, this is 1960s. You got to think about from 1960s aspect of everything in the 1960s to them. Who the hell is Robert Kennedy? More importantly, who cares who he is in Harlem? So just take Harlem and then multiply it by every state where we at. Who the hell is he to be talking about? The question you need to ask, do we want to? Now, if he's thinking that in 40 years, that means that what? That we'll be fully incorporated, assimilated into the United States. So then we will have to want and beg to have presidency of some sort in the United States. Just saying.
And now
Robert Kennedy just got here yesterday. And you know when they got here? Yeah, yesterday.
Already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're... And now he's already on his way to the presidency. We've been here for 400 years, and now he tells us that maybe in 40 years, if you're good, we may let you become president. For example,
okay. That's what I was looking for. Now, let's get back over here. Now, we're going to talk about this plenary thing, right? We're going to talk about this plenary thing. We're going to come right down here.
For example,
we're going to come right down here. We'll come to this plenary thing, but right here, this is what I want to give you. This is the 1828 Noah Webster definition of what an American is. And if you actually look at the word American, it has the asterisk. It's not an asterisk, but that whatever that thing is between the R and the I. So that's I can. That's how you pronounce it. I can. American, whatever you want to call it. But that is where the emphasis is. When you have that right there, the emphasis starts with the I. So it's I can. That's how you say it in English. Now, the thing about Jim Brown in Los Angeles, he created a program called I Can. Jim Brown did this back in the 70s, 80s, something like that. His son Rock, continued the program. And, he used to have this function out there at Westchester Park, called what was it called? Chuck Taylor, like Converse, called it Chuck Taylor. Like it's kind of like a peace treaty thing they started. And Jim Brown did that, and then Rock continued it. They had a nice basketball program too. Mary I Can, it was pretty good. And it was called I Can. You can look it up. Just as you looking at it right there. That's why I say these older people knew something. See what I'm saying? Jim Brown did that. Now, this definition says pertaining to America. And then the noun, that's the adjective, and the noun says a native of America, originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by the Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. So we know now that what an American is what an American is. Now, when we come out of there, where you at, dude? Yeah, let's come out of there. We'll come back here to the definition of American. So we have American right here in the Black's Law Dictionary. It says pertaining to the Western Hemisphere or in a more restricted sense to the United States. Restricted. Right? Then it was assumed in this court case that the term American applied, and the term American assumed, included all classes of citizens, native and naturalized, irrespective of where they originally came from. So you're dealing with classes, all classes of citizens, native and naturalized. Okay, so what we're going to do now, because this gets into the naturalization of things, we're going to go to the definition of native. We'll get in the definition of native. 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 There we go. Native. Okay. And you saw that native is in all lowercase. So if the native is in all lowercase, it's not in the capital. That means it's not considered to be a noun or even a proper noun. All right. So this says a natural born subject or citizen, a native. A natural born subject or citizen, a denizen by birth. One who owes his domicile or his citizenship to the fact of his birth within the country referred to. The term may also include one born abroad if his parents were then citizens of the country and not permanently reside in foreign parts. And this is that U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark. That was the main case law that Asian girl, Chang Wang or whatever her name was talking about in the Supreme Court argument. This right here, dealing with Wong Kim Ark. But now we know what the definition of a native is in law. Now we could go look at denizen, but I ain't about to do that. I want to get this thing done, and we'll get back to other things as well. And then you also see right above it, law of nations. See international law. As I showed in the PowerPoint, I'll send it back to that. This is my point, is that these people need to operate by the law of nations or international law. They're all subject to that. So that is your native. It has nothing to do with the American. You see? No relationship. Now, what I showed in this place right here, I gave a clear definition of the United States of America. What of? United States of America, of a union or possession connecting the collective entity, United States, to the continent, America. Emphasizing that it's a nation formed from and belonging to the landmass, a unifying term for sovereign states, forming one republic, as the United States did, the 13 United States representing shared purpose and singular identity under one banner. That's the United States. It's not America. That's why that definition said restrictive. Restrictive. Okay, let me go back to America. Let me go back to America. Let's get back to America. Let's get back to America. Well, American. Pertaining to the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere. Now we need to know what the Western Hemisphere is, but we can't deal with that right now. Or more restricted sense to the United States. All right. So now when we come here, we got a full representation of what that means. We're not going to get into N. We're going to come down here. We're going to come down here. We're going to go to plenary, right? We're going to deal specifically with plenary. All right. All right. Okay, so in this second round, it says dealing with plenary power. So I showed, hold on, let me do this real quick. Let's come back over here. Short history of Indian law, right? So in this definition, it says specifically that right? It says specifically that first Congress, this is the guiding principles in Indian law. This is principles in Indian American jurisprudence, corpus juris secundum. Guiding principles in Indian law. And this is in 2014. Saying 1914, 1814, 1714. This is 2014. Guiding principles. First, Congress has plenary power in the exercise of its Indian affairs duties. Second, the United States owes a duty of protection. Third, Indian nations retain inherent sovereign powers. Fourth, state law does not apply in Indian country, absent authorization by Congress. So any state law dealing with Indian country, it's absent. Okay? Unless Congress has something to say about it. Anything that goes on between the Indians and the state, the Congress has that plenary power and that fiduciary duty. Right? But what a lot of people don't understand is that those plenary powers are not to be to the demise of the Indian people, but actually to protect them. That's what, in other words, they call in court discretionary powers. Okay. Now, let's get back over here real quick so you guys get this point. All right. So this is dealing with plenary power, parity after the creation of the United States for America. Question presented. Question presented. Whether Congress possesses unilateral, unreviewable authority, which is plenary power over indigenous nations. So here's your plenary power. Right? Answer, no. The Constitution contains no textual grant of such power. Early federal law treated indigenous nations as foreign sovereigns. Treaty law presumes parity and consent. And later assertions of plenary power arose only after the United States abandoned enforcement of those legal commitments. Now, how were they able to do that? What was the main thing that happened that this number 4 could have transcribed? Is it transcribed? Is that the right word? Came to be. Are we dealing with the 20th century? Are we dealing with the 18th century? 17th? 20th century? 19th century? 18th century? Which one? Or was it all three that led up to the Great New Deal? All right, let's go to the next one. Everybody go? Okay, I got 9 people left in there. All right, look, it says plenary power is a judicial invention, not a constitutional doctrine. So it says the Supreme Court admits the absence of textual authority, United States versus Kagama. And I think they mentioned Kagama in the Supreme Court oral argument. 1886. In the late 19th century, the court explicitly acknowledges no constitutional clause supports absolute congressional power over tribes, then justifies it anyway. Instead of stopping there, the court invents power from dependency, reframes conquest as guardianship, declares the matter political to avoid review. This is not interpretation, it's substitution. Excuse me. Now, here's some other cases. And those things came up because you'll actually see it in that same document that I showed. Now, so first principle, the Constitution does not grant plenary power, enumerated powers doctrine. Remember Article 1, Section 2. So when you think about that, think about Article 1, 2, Section 3. Okay, so the Constitution is a document of enumerated powers. Congress possesses only those powers expressly granted or necessarily imply from express grants. There is no clause that grants Congress general police power over indigenous nations, authority to unilaterally abrogate treaties, or power to extinguish pre-existing sovereigns. This matters because a power not enumerated cannot become plenary by judicial declaration. Now, how are judges, or how is the judicial branch creating declarations? Interpretation. Okay. So dependency, and this is the other word that I read off to as well, dependency. So all that is interpretation, right? You move them, you change status, suspect classifications, not derived, but actually are incorporated. That where you can create a dependency, but you actually know who they are. You know who these people are, but at the same time, you're creating a narrative or creating a presentation or some prima facie assumption and presumption or doctrine that you want people to follow and approve or accept through acquiescence or non-response. Let's say it that way. So it says, because indigenous nations are dependent, Congress may govern them. Absolutely. So this is the logic. The logic of plenary powers rests on this claim. Because indigenous nations are dependent, Congress may govern them. Absolutely. So I want to read that part again in bold. The logic plenary power rests on this claim. So this is their logic. This is the doctrine part of it. This is how they're putting it forward. Okay, so, but dependency is not a constitutional source of power, cannot override treaty obligations, cannot extinguish sovereignty without consent. Otherwise, any weaker nation becomes subject to domination. Treaties become meaningless. The Constitution collapses into expediency or convenience. So amongst those three things right there at the bottom, Constitution out of here. This is saying, what I'm showing specifically, if you violate the treaty, you have no constitution. Do you guys understand that? Stop talking about this Constitution. It is null and void. They removed or suspended certain places of the certain articles of that Constitution. If you do that, it's now done. That means the treaty has been violated. That means articles have been changed in the treaties. The Constitution is created off the treaties. This whole thing of these treaties is fake and this, that, man, get the hell out of here. Now, the bottom line is you need to prove that. And you can't because you was not there. But what you can do is you can reference the Constitution. The Constitution will tell you if it's valid or not. Now, you can't tell me that these treaties allowed the United States to be able to violate the treaties. That is lazy, asinine, and that's fear. It's easy to go into a route, into an ideological spin, or just say, oh, yeah, that was fake. I don't believe shit. I don't this. Nah, none of that real. Yeah, that's easy to say that because you don't want to put in the work. It's easy to say, go get a job. It's easy to say it's fake, but what about more? Nobody heard of this word plenary until I brought it up. And still at no point in time, nobody even going to talk about it. Why? Because that right there terminates the Constitution. But even then, you look at the bankruptcy and everything that I show, what Congress is saying, they've been bankrupt. The Constitution has been null and void because they brought in the Federal Reserve, they brought in the Fed, they brought in these banks, and then they took away the gold standard. The gold standard was the treaty. We implemented the gold standard on the United States on our means of exchange between each other. Are you getting it? There is no outside interference, but what they was bringing in within their system in order to boost their numbers up to compete against us. I want to win that race. I want to win the race. Let me get up out of here real quick. What is that? Slide 50? Let me come back up here. Let me come back to these pictures real quick. This is the law of nations. These are treaties on each side. This is the law of nations. Let me read this to you real quick. It says principles of the law of nature, conduct and affairs of nations and sovereigns. That is the title of the book. Principles of the law of nature. This came out in 1883. This is 1883. Okay? Now, says right here, treaties are agreements between sovereigns under the law of nations. Treaties are agreements between sovereigns under the law of nations. So these indigenous people here that created these treaties were sovereign nations. Period. That's it. That's all. So what does that mean? That means these indigenous nations are still sovereign nations. Now divided, put in individual capacities of some sort, but still these nations exist. Are these nations that we're actually these native tribes that we're seeing today? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. These at best are what you would consider to be Indian departments connected to the United States under a SS4 application, not as indigenous people. You heard the lady laughing. She was laughing and making a joke that she was amongst 400 black, full-blooded Indians. Curly hair, nappy. Y'all gonna learn something today. I don't know where everybody at, but they should be here listening. They should be up here ready to get at me and disagree. The Constitution makes no distinction between treaties with European powers and treaties with indigenous nations. They are ratified by the same process under the same clause with the same legal effect. Parity is the premise of treaty law. Any doctrine that allows one party to unilaterally void a treaty destroys the treaty power itself. Now, the question is, why is this continuing to be allowed to happen? I don't know if anybody knows. Maybe the younger people don't know. War, people say, well, it was just like we prisoners of war, or it was a war of grit. No, war was declared in the United States. In the United States, on the American continent, war was declared against a people. Do you need evidence? Do you need video? Do you need doctrines? Do you need resolutions, House resolutions, Senate bills? Do you need that? No. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on. All right. All right. Treaties. My bad. Treaties are the supreme law of the land. Article 6 places treaties on equal footing with the Constitution, federal statutes. Congress cannot unilaterally repeal treaties with foreign nations. Foreign nations. Without international consequences. They still here? What's going on? They still here. They still running these gamuts. What's going on? Are you telling me the whole entire world has waged and declared war against specific people in the Western Hemisphere? Or did they wage war not just on people, specific people in the Western Hemisphere, but everybody that might be genealogically, historically connected in other parts of what we call this world of Earth? Now, so it says there is no constitutional exception for indigenous treaties. Creating one violates Article 2, nullifies Article 6, and rewrites the separation of powers. Courts cannot insulate unconstitutional action by declaring treaty violations political questions. We're going to talk about politics too. Courts political questions. Courts. 1. Abdicate judicial duty, permit constitutional breach without remedy, convert supremacy into discretion. Now, number 2, permit constitutional breach without remedy. Repair and restore, R&R. Restitution, reparations. You say, well, we don't want reparation. Yeah, you do. Numb nuts. Yeah, you do. You want the meat and potatoes, but you don't want no greens. You don't want no, you know what I'm saying? You don't want no sides. You don't want no mac and cheese. You don't want no peach cobbler. You don't little cake, little cornbread. You just want the meat and potatoes. All right, so number 3, convert supremacy into discretion. So the supremacy clause, separation of powers, into discretion, right? Remember I mentioned discretion before. It's judicial discretion. You bring in judicial discretion, but in that discretion, the discretion is always to protect, not to violate. All right, so this violates Marbury's principle of judicial review, due process, and the rule of law. Marbury versus Madison. See, everybody take Marbury versus Madison, they put it into a civil box. It's not just in a civil box. Marbury versus Madison focuses on the rule of law. And when you're talking about the rule of law, you're talking about the Constitution, which derived itself from the supremacy clause, the law of nations, the treaties, and international law across the board. Because if you violate that, you then violate, in order for you to be incorporated into the international body of everything, you have to follow the rule of law, and you cannot trespass on the people that have given you the power to operate. More importantly, you're sitting over here violating a people that you are supposed to be allies with that are protecting you every time you need to go to war. Who you send? The American people. So you're actually violating treaty laws. That means you are warring against the ones that you have allied with, that are allied with you, that put you on, that gave you all the necessary things you have in place right now to be what you consider to be this great nation. You guys getting what I'm saying? Listen to this.
Citizenship. If you were an American Indian, the Supreme Court held more than 100 years ago that American Indians were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and did not get birthright citizenship, so Congress had to provide birthright citizenship through statute. So ask this dispositive question. If America
They had to do that through statute.
had to provide birthright citizenship through statute. Citizenship. If you were an American Indian, the Supreme Court held more than 100 years ago that American Indians were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and did not get birthright.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. You see what I'm saying? He didn't even know that.
Citizenship. If you were an American Indian, the Supreme Court held more than 100 years ago that American Indians were not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and did not get birthright citizenship, so Congress had to provide birthright citizenship through statute.
Through statute. Through statute. Now, that's Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. We went over that. Now, this right here in close. Indians not taxed equals Indians outside U.S. I'm about to read this. Take it as I give it, please. Indians not taxed equals Indians outside U.S. political jurisdiction. This phrase did not mean Indians who don't pay taxes yet. It meant indigenous persons who belong to sovereign indigenous nations who are not subject to U.S. taxing power and therefore not counted for representation. In other words, if the United States could not tax you, it could not count you. So now we go to Article 1, Section 2. Right here, it says in this line, on the third line towards the end, the actual enumeration shall be made within 3 years. Enumeration. Now, going back up, representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding the whole number of free persons, those not bound to service, and excluding Indians not taxed. 3/5 of all other persons. Now, the legal logic behind the clause. This is 1787. The legal logic. Let's deal with some logic here. Taxation, allegiance. Allegiance, jurisdiction. Jurisdiction, sovereignty. Remember what the guy said prior in the video. He said over 100 years ago that Indians, and that's 100 years ago from 2025, Indians were not subject to the jurisdiction in 1925. Jurisdiction equals sovereignty. Jurisdiction equals sovereignty. You see how they did it? Gotta love the game. They crafted it very well. And we have people since 1950s that look like us in skin color that assisted in getting it done and pretty much took a lot of people out to get it done. Indigenous nations have their own governments, own territories, own trade systems, own treaty relations. They were explicitly as external. They were treated explicitly as external polities, not internal populations. This is not your just I'm talking about bloodline and stuff like that, and I'm this and I'm that, and so on. Let's talk business, government, international law. Put it there. Don't be afraid to talk about it, or you don't know how to talk about it. Let's talk about it. How is this happening right now? Okay, so where are you coming at? What field are you coming from? Everybody, listen, everybody. Listening, not listening, maybe listening later. If you come under any other category to try to get anything of remedy, it's not going to happen. Because if you are a United States citizen, then that means you have gotten all your reparations that you need. And everything that you have done it voluntarily. So if you are to be taxed now, if you're being taxed, then you're being taxed. That means you are subject to. And that means you're not an Indian. And you have no indigenous ties here, only maybe by marriage. Because you saying you on bloodline land and all this stuff and you being taxed, you not no Indian. You are subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. The United States does have occupancy where you're at. Okay? Unless you could prove to me that it's something different. Now, I know it might hurt some people when I say that, but it's the truth. It is the truth. There's nothing else behind that. You might be an Indian. You might have some connection to that, but it's only through other means. You're not indigenous. Nope. All right. All right. Well, what we're going to do here is we are going to, I wasn't even cammed up. It's all good. But yeah. Appreciate everybody coming up here. Chilling. I'm already past time. I'm on 4 hours and 44 minutes. Man, I'm past my time. I can't open up the panel right now. But it took me where it took me. I spent too much time that I wanted on the stream. So, hey, we're going to get up out of here, play our little music, and get on. Appreciate everybody. Hopefully I did pretty good. Some of this stuff made sense to you. Hopefully some of this stuff made sense to you. If it didn't, hey, play it back. We'll get it. What happened? Can someone unblock Tamila? I actually hit her comments. Oh, okay. Why you do that? Let me see where she at. Hold on. It's still there. I can see it. Hold on. Let me check real quick. Let me go over here real quick. Let me pull Tamula up. On high user on this channel. Okay, I got you. Hold on. What happened here? Hold on. Let me mod her. Let me mod her up. Thought I had her modded up already. All right, I got her. I took care of that. None of your business. Yeah, I know. You know, when you're on your phone and stuff, you hit certain buttons. Yeah, it does that sometimes. I got it. Nah, I got you. I got you. I got you up. I got you up. Nah, it was an accident, Tamula. I mean, you know, like I said, when you on your phone and stuff like that, you kind of hit a button, and that's that. You know, it could be in your pocket. I've done that before. But yeah, appreciate everybody being here. Tamula, done your business. D Cobb, Richie Rich, J Dub. Who else? I know Isness was in here. Isness. A lot of people didn't comment today, I see. Just a few. Old dude was in the building. Appreciate the music. Everybody liked the music, brother. Yep. So yeah, I think that about it. Yeah. Richie Rich in the building. All right, y'all. We out. And as I always say, when the music over, it's over. Hold on, y'all. Thought I was ready. I ain't ready yet. Thought I was ready. When it's over, it's over. There we go. All right, y'all now. All right, y'all. It took me somewhere. It flowed though. It flowed. It took longer than I was supposed to, but yeah, it flowed. I felt good about it. It flowed. Yep, it flowed. We need to talk about it though. We definitely need to talk about it. All right, y'all. On the next one.
We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We don't feel that in 1964, living in a country that is supposedly based upon freedom and supposedly the leader of the free world, we don't think that we should have to sit around and wait for something to take a
all of your assets, you have to protect it. Just set your trust up, come get your status corrected. Yeah, you know we moving more than mountains. Fuck your school, fuck your voting system, fuck your water fountains. Melanin, I know you heard of me. You can never murder me. I want that gold you owe me now and gold from 1933. I want y'all to stand on all the treaties that you sold to me. Cause we was already here, y'all came on a boat to me. And know this God-given land we all holding fees. Simple, absolute gratitude, your majesty. I am not in my straw man, you not controlling me. Certified, signed, sealed, stamped by the notary. Don't try to lie to my face like you ain't just a colonist who tricked us with contracts, but you fail to acknowledge it. And history books are fertilizer, one big pile of shit. Acting like you freed us from slavery, but ain't abolished it. The plantation just got renovated. Driver's license and passports are the new slave papers. How they foreclosing on the ones they gave acres. We allowed them entry, even trusted them as neighbors. They took everything from us and made us ask for favors, and posed as the only helping hand that's there to save us. Boycott, don't try to keep up with the fad, cause the money that we save, the properties that we rehab. Monopoly with the fad. Tears don't fall from my eyes, cause they see our what, but they don't see our why. You was born in June, but I only seen July. Influenced by bad spirits like a DUI. You ain't do no estate planning, but you think you fly. Now we gon' need 3 fish fries to see you die. We the revolt, boy, don't play with me. The time is now, this royalty over slavery. Damn.
I let you hear that verse again.
Don't move it. Yeah. Don't move it. Don't move it. Don't move it.
I'm the coach, quotes coded in oak with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wives get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging a punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sobbing living, I'm private with it, no corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready, great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper, land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace of the raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Clutch, baby, infinite.